We'll ask members of the public to please take a seat. Good evening and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting, October 5th, 2022. This is a joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council, and the Mayor and City Council acting as successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. At this time, I will ask our police officers if they would please, and our security, to close the doors, and members of the public, if you would please silence your cell phones, limit conversation, and please have a seat. Thank you very much. We're trying to conduct our City Council meeting tonight. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor's City Council and the Mayor's City Council. And tonight we have the privilege of receiving our invocation from former councilman of the 6th District, Ricky Van Johnson. He is now with Ecclesia Christian Fellowship, and he'll lead us in tonight's invocation, followed by Councilmember Calvin, if she would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, following Ricky Van Johnson. If we'll all rise, please, for our invocation.
In the Bible, in 1 Timothy, the Word of God instructs us that prayers be made for all those who are in authority, so that we may lead a tranquil and quiet life. Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you, O Lord, and seek your face. Father God, we ask that you showcase your power throughout the great nation, and especially in the city of San Bernardino. Father God, grant wisdom, discernment, and boldness to those who serve in authority over your people. Lord, today we pray for our mayor, that he would walk in integrity as he continues to serve your people. Lord, we pray for the city council members. Please give them strength and wisdom and guide their decisions. Lord, we pray for our city manager, that he will have knowledge and understanding about the issues of life that are affecting our city. Father God, we pray for those who work for our city. Lord, give them joy and an attitude of gratitude as they labor for the betterment of our city. And Father God, we pray for those who live in our city, that we may live peaceful and tranquil lives in all godliness and holiness. Lord, many people have had their lives upended by Hurricane Ian and are dealing with stressful conditions. Father God, we pray for those affected by this hurricane and ask that you pour out hope, strength, and comfort on all those who have gone through the trauma of this hurricane. And we also pray that you will not only meet their physical needs, but also their emotional and spiritual needs. Father God, right now we ask a special prayer for all the people who have gathered here today. May civility and respect reign throughout this proceeding. Through it all, Lord, we will continue to give you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory. And it's in Jesus Christ's name that we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ricky Van Johnson with Ecclesia Christian Fellowship. We send our deep appreciation to Pastor Joshua Beckley and his ministry at our Ecclesia Christian Fellowship, and thank you very much for being here tonight. At this time, we will ask our city clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Here.
Councilmember Charette. Here. Councilmember Reynoso.
Here.
Councilmember Calvin.
Present.
Councilmember Alexander.
Here.
And Mayor Valdivia.
Thank you very much. With the quorum present, thank you very much. Tonight, we will receive public comments through 7:15. Please, if you have a public comment, register with Cheryl Weeks in the back, and at that time, we will collect all slips. We will limit public comment to 90 seconds tonight, seeing that there is an abundance of public comments, and we will limit public comments as per the law to 1 hour. With that in mind, I will recognize our city manager, please, for your city manager report.
Thank you. There are a lot of things to talk about, but I will try and jam through this fairly quickly because we do have a long night ahead of us. First slide, please. State Street Extension, we broke ground on that on Monday. It's a long-awaited. It's almost 20 years in the making, so pretty special day for the people of San Bernardino, especially the people on the west side and in Ward 6 particularly. Next slide. Our Economic Development Group attended the ICSC convention in San Diego. So it's a regional ICSC convening to bring in additional hopefully to bring in additional retailers to demonstrate, how forward-looking the city is and show the benefits of why they should locate their business here. Next slide, please. We created a new pocket park near Campo Santo ahead of the Dia de los Muertos event that's going to happen later this month. Public Works, working with our Parks Department, built a new drought-tolerant pocket park. It's going to be it's a special little place. Another part of the continuous upgrading of the city of San Bernardino that we're engaged in. Next slide, please. Speaking of which, we recently bought a mini loader. There was a pressure washer attachment for it that was a little delayed, but it is here now, and we are cleaning up the streets, the sidewalks in particular of the city of San Bernardino very rapidly now. As a result, we have authorization to buy a second one of these, and we'll be ordering one so we can clean a lot more sidewalk with one of these things with an automated version as opposed to hand pressure washing every sidewalk. The police department is continuing their crackdown on our narcotics trafficking. We see it quite a bit. You're seeing a lot in the news just all over the region, but our police department is particularly vigilant on this and has had a lot of recent success. Fentanyl pills, methamphetamine, all kinds of different bad substances. Cocaine is still out there, so great job by the PD. Want to thank them for all the hard work that they're doing. Next slide. So, Coptoberfest, which is a new community event that was hosted by the police department in their parking lot behind the police station on D Street. Very well attended. Had a lot of families out there, a lot of kids. Getting to know the police officers is a great way of getting people to know more, the positive side of what goes on with the San Bernardino Police Department. Next slide. Rendezvous back to Route 66 was a huge success again. I want to congratulate the Chamber of Commerce, led by Judy Penman. We had a huge turnout. Ran into several of our council members out there. About 1,200 cars were there. So great event. And again, our gratitude and thanks to the chamber. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to actually skip these next 3 slides because we're going to have a little conversation with Liddy Gutfeld. I don't want to steal her thunder on Festival, which is coming up this weekend. So if I could turn over the mic to Liddy Gutfeld for a minute.
Are they going to pull up the presentation? All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We are so excited. We've been talking about it, and it's finally here. We are on the home stretch, and October 8th, the first annual and ongoing, hopefully, San Bernardino Festival, where our cultures connect, will be happening at Seckham Lake Park. Very excited. The event will go from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and we are excited to let you know about some of the stuff that's going to be happening. So we have quite a few villages that are going to be at and throughout the park. Starting off with the Kids Village with a 42-foot Ferris wheel, a zip line, carnival games, and all the fun that could be had there. Our Animals Village, go ahead and go to the next slide, 2 slides forward. The Animals Village is going to have a petting zoo, a reptile area, an alpaca, a raptor, and so much more. Our Community Partners Village will have resources. We have over 25 community partners. Our cultural exhibits and demonstrations area will have wonderful exhibits from cultural groups throughout the city and the Inland Empire. We'll have a global marketplace as well as a food village where we have over 15 different vendors selling wonderful food and drink. We will have a beer garden. We'll also have an artist village where over 30 artists will be doing interactive art with at least 4 different murals happening live as you walk through. And if you're familiar with some of our utility box art, the artist that has been doing the utility box art is finally coming out, and he will be live and doing some public art there. And then finally, we have our car show, and we are confirming cars as they come in daily. Some special features that you can look at or look for at the event. We have 3 different stages, over 40 different performances throughout the day, starting at 10 a.m. and wrapping up on our main stage with the last 4 artists being Soul Point, J-Rocks, Family Style, and of course Bruno and the Hooligans. If you are a fan of Bruno Mars, you will not want to miss the 4:30 p.m. show. On top of that, we will have roving entertainment. So we have an aerialist that will be performing in the exhibits area right in the middle. We have a magician that's walking around. We have face painters. We have balloon and magician man. So we have lots of great fun things happening. We're so excited that Music Changing Lives has stepped up and they are sponsoring the beer garden for us. So there's something for everyone at our event. Some of the highlights on some of our stages, just to let you know, we'll be performing, or we will have a performance of a formal tribal Samoan dance. That is our welcoming ceremony at 10 a.m. We have events such as, or artists such as Ballet Folklorico, the Mariachis, the Pace Setters, and an African drum and dance by our very own Veronica Martindale, and also with Makeda. Like I said, we have the concerts going on throughout the day. The Kids Village will have artists that are youth artists throughout the day, and we'll also have exhibits and cultural exhibits on our demonstration stage. It's really important that I mention that our 3 main sponsors that have stepped up for this event will be connected with each stage. So the kids stage will be the T-Mobile stage, the gazebo stage will be the Omni-Trans stage, and San Manuel will be the main stage. Next slide. Transit and parking, it's really important that everybody knows that we've got it all covered. Not only will we have parking on site, the county has stepped up and let us borrow the parking lot that is on Sierra, as well as we will be having parking in the City Hall parking lot and the Carousel Mall. And Omnitrans is providing shuttle buses for us in 3 different locations. So make sure that you go to our website, www.sbcity.org/festival for all updates on parking and shuttle. It is important that we let you all know how many wonderful community members are a part of this event. They're listed up here, but I do want to mention them because I know so many of them are in the audience today. Sisters Making a Difference, Veronica Martindale, Chords, Music Changing Lives, SB Food Fest, For the Change, San Bernardino County, Uplift, Making Hope Happen, Garcia Center for the Arts and Historical Preservation Commissioners, Knock It Off and Forgive, Downtown San Bernardino Art Walk, and Suavecitos, just to name a few. These are the people who have made it happen, so let's give it up for them. It's really important, if you haven't been out to the Second Lake Park, I really strongly encourage you to open your eyes when you get there because you're not going to even recognize it. I went there today. It looks completely different, and I was there 2 days ago. But we are so grateful For the Change and SB Food Fest for sponsoring the 2 large cleanups that we did on September 10th and October 1st in partnership with our Public Works Department and our Parks and Rec Department. And then I just want to mention a few of the Public Works maintenance efforts. We had both of the bridges painted, the arches painted, the lakes been cleaned up and water refilled, gravel inserts in all the dusty areas, decomposed granite and walking paths, and also a ton of graffiti cleanup. I'm super excited for you guys to see this brand new park. Departments are uniting. This is awesome because this event has united all of our departments, and it's really exciting to see all of us come together and all of us supporting one another. So you will see every single department out there on that day representing the city. It's important for us to also mention that we have event goals that we've had from the get-go. These were created with the committee, through the committee, and I want to mention a few of them. So the first one, first and foremost, is to connect all of the cultures that we have here in San Bernardino. And as a first-year event, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface. So I know as these events go on year after year, we're going to start seeing it grow with the goal of making sure that we create community through this village setting. We've also really worked hard to make sure we're introducing volunteer opportunities throughout the city and are proud to announce that we have over 100 volunteers attending this event that are going to be helping out that day. We want to reintroduce Second Lake Park. So maybe you'll take a ride up on that 42-foot Ferris wheel and take a picture from the top and maybe start to envision what that park's going to look like in the next 2 to 5 years. We've also engaged a ton of sponsors and donors, and I want to recognize beyond San Manuel, Omnitrans, T-Mobile, we also have Petco that stepped up and sponsored the Animal Village, and we also have IEHP that came through, and these are cash donations and in-kind donations to make sure that this event was a success. Last but not least, we're marketing beyond city lines. Omnitrans gave us that opportunity by putting our posters in over 200 buses that went throughout the entire Inland Empire. So kudos to all of our sponsors for making sure that we had a voice and an opportunity to make sure that everybody could attend this event. And the next slide. So that's some of the sponsorship values. This slide was made before we had San Manuel come in, and I forgot to mention Que Buena Radio also. When we approached them to actually do some marketing, they doubled it, they doubled down on it, and also sponsored with a week free of marketing. So if you listen to Que Buena Radio, you can hear our ad on there talking about what's going to be happening this weekend. Next slide. And then that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions if you guys have any.
Liddy Giffield, I want to say thank you very much for all of your hard work. We appreciate you. And this is what our city needs. This is what our community needs, and we're very grateful for our first annual, and we're going to make it, and we're going to do it, and we'll be there to support you and our departments. And I just want to commend you and your team and all of our city employees for making this happen. I know there's been multiple interdepartmental discussions and meetings, and this can't be done alone, and so we appreciate you. We thank you. For our city management team, thank you very much for lending support and the money to make this happen, and to our donors, corporate donors who are very important to this. This is the remake of our second park. And I also want to salute Councilman Ted Sanchez for his fabulous work there at the second park. He's done some incredible work advocating for it, federal funding, local funding, state funding. And even though we haven't been recipients, Ted, of that money, we're still working and knocking on doors to make sure that we get our fair share for San Bernardino. So thank you very much, Liddy Gipfield, and we appreciate you. Mr. City Manager, does that complete and conclude your report? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll open it up to council announcements. I'm going to ask council members to please stay on point, be brief, and let's make your announcement. We have a big agenda tonight, so we'll start off with Councilman Sanchez, and we'll go by ward. Councilman?
Yes, well, our own Liddy Gutfeld did a good job of making sure that everybody is well aware of all the details of this beautiful event that's going to happen this weekend. But I cannot emphasize enough that the transformative effects and results that Second Lake has gone through started well over 2 years ago from city employees who were quietly working behind the scenes to make sure to transform that park. Because that park 2 years ago was thrown in my face every week as, this is your failure, Theodore. Nobody would go to that park. It was an awful, awful mess. And I would love to take credit, but it really is. A couple names that come to mind is Ernesto Salinas. Ernesto Salinas was a longtime city employee, left, came back because he wanted to continue to see San Bernardino get better. And he took that on almost by himself, doing cleanups there in coordination with, at the time, Lieutenant Harris, and one of his resource officers, Officer Taylor, became a staple of that park. He made sure that that park was safe. Ernesto Salinas made sure that park was clean. And it slowly started to change the reputation. If it wasn't for their work 2 years ago, this event would not be happening. This is a culmination of what they had started basically on their own. So I want to thank them for the hard work they put in. They definitely don't do it for the credit, because this was, again, happening quietly. And if I wasn't bringing it up today, nobody would know that those were the people who really got this started. It's a big win for the city, and I thank Lady Gutfeld for picking up the torch and continuing to move this city forward. Next thing is the PD Community Day that we had yesterday. I attended. I was there for a little bit, and it was a beautiful event. Officers had smiles. Hundreds of people showed up. Kids were smiling, taking pictures. This is the type of event that creates generational trends. There are kids who attended that event who took pictures with police officers in uniform who will grow up trusting and knowing that the police officers we have in our city are the good guys, and they will teach that to their children, and their children will teach it to their children. This will have rippling effects, again, for generations. So I applaud the initiative of our police department to put that event, and I'm looking forward to next year's event already. It was a beautiful event. The Route 66, a big success, a lot of cars. I think we had over 1,000 cars there. Beautiful day. I mean, it's become a staple of this city. When people hear about San Bernardino, they they immediately think about Route 66. And I'm glad that we've been able to bring that event back, and we always meet or exceed expectations with this event. I have to end with a little bit of a troubling note here, but it's important that I bring this up because it really affects the quality of life in our city, and that is the homeless encampments. So we received a letter from the ACLU a couple months back, and staff really didn't keep us aware of the negotiations happening between the city and the ACLU. But there have been policy changes, paradigm shifts that have occurred without council's consideration or approval. And it's affecting the way we can handle cleanups of the homeless encampments in our city. And so I'm going to be requesting officially at the next meeting that before the end of the year, council be presented with options and given the opportunity to actually create policy from the dais concerning these homeless encampments, because they're only getting worse, and staff unilaterally decided that they were going to handle it in their fashion. And the one thing that we are supposed to be doing as council members is enacting policy, and this is a major policy decision that we were left out in the cold about. And so I'm going to make sure that this council addresses homeless encampment cleanups before the end of the year. And with the support of my colleagues, I hope that we can direct staff that this needs to be a top priority, not of staff, but of staff and council. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. I want to remind the public that we also have a homeless workshop tentatively scheduled for October 27th, I believe it is. So perhaps maybe we could talk about those policy paradigm shifts at the homeless workshop. Councilman member Sandra Ibarra, council member of the 2nd District.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, community members who have reached out to me. I've been dealing with a lot of health issues, so thank you, everybody. Sorry. So even though I didn't come to the last council meeting, just know that I am out and about in the community with the limited capacities that I'm under. I've been able to see Second Lake have 2 cleanups before this event come up on October 8th on Saturday. We had volunteers from Rialto City schools come out. The last time was about 50 students. We've had, of course, us, the colleagues, we mentioned at the last council meeting how most of us were there at Second Lake a couple of weeks ago as well. It's a beautiful turnout. I'm excited for this event, Ms. Leedy. You don't understand how much I appreciate it, because I've seen pictures of Second Lake when it was first done and how beautiful it was and all the activities that people were attending. And this will be the first event hosted by us, the city, for the community. So thank you so much for all the hard work you do. Just know that your work does not go unnoticed. Another event, and I missed it, on Sunday in my ward, Pastor Michael held a Save San Bernardino fair and up on Magnolia and D Street. I wasn't able to attend, but I got beautiful feedback that it was a nice turnout. And that's what we need in our community, more events, so the community members can come out and get to know each other more and more. I wasn't able to go to Coptoberfest. I wanted to go to it, but like I said, my health is my priority right now. So if you guys don't see me much out there, just know that I may not be there physically, but I am there in the background also trying to follow up with all of your issues and concerns. Route 66, Miss Judy Penman. It's a great day in San Bernardino every day when you're here with us. So thank you, Miss Judy. September 7th and 9th, I also attended the League of California Cities Conference. I was there with my colleagues, our staff members. We were a united team out there. And although I was under the weather as well during that week, I was able to attend at least 2 little workshops. Every workshop that we have discusses different issues that are being faced throughout this whole state of California by different cities and municipalities. And we take information that's going on in other cities and see how we can apply it here. I know I've given some ideas to our staff regarding the homeless situation as well. I hear every one single one of you. I want to help the homeless who want to get helped. We want to make sure that those that don't want the help, that they're not invading in our privacies and in our safety out there. So I will not go much more into detail. That would probably be it for me tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. And we wish you a speedy recovery and good health in the coming days. Councilmember Juan Figueroa, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Ibarra, a lot of people in the public might not know how much of a toll this work does take on. And so our thoughts are with you. I know that it's never been a question about how much your heart is poured into the work that you do and how much you care for the city. So we'll keep you in our thoughts. I do see Miss Judy here with representing the San Bernardino City Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the work a tremendous amount of work that went into the Route 66 and so many other people that participated and helped out with that. It is definitely one of our signature events in the city, but I believe that after this weekend, we might have some competition coming in with the festival. So, Liddy, it can't be expressed enough and emphasized, the great work that you're doing and all the work all the events that are coming to San Bernardino, the work that is happening in our parks under your leadership. Thank you so much. This is going to be a great event this Saturday, so please, everybody, come out for that. Earlier today, I also had the opportunity to meet with a few small businesses with the 7th Street development. And we did have members of our staff there representing our city, our CED director, Nathan Freeman, along with Amanda Hernandez, Stephanie Sanchez, were there providing updates. A lot of the work that gets done in the city, sometimes, council members, mayors, and council members and politicians love to take credit for a lot of the work that gets done. But the truth is, the work that is getting done is done by, people that you might not ever see. And they truly deserve that credit. And so that's to the staff, from top to bottom. Thank you for all the work that you do. It is tremendously appreciated. It is a lot of work. And I know it's sometimes easy for us to sit up here and take credit and pat ourselves on the back, but you truly are the ones that are doing all the hard work. So thank you for that. The Southern Command District officers were there as well under the leadership of Lieutenant Oldendorf and Sergeant Luna. So thank you to them for representing very proudly our police department there as well. I'm going to be hosting tomorrow night. I will be hosting a small business and nonprofit training and grant program. It is something that we approved at the last council meeting as far as the American Rescue Plan Act initiative, some of the funds that are being allocated to some of the small businesses. So I would encourage you to please, if you are a small business or a nonprofit, that's a 501c3 or 501c19, please come out tomorrow. It'll be located at 444 West Mill Street at the Burger Point there. It'll start at 6 p.m. This is simply just informational. It is not necessary for you to attend in order to participate in this program. This is just going to be an opportunity for you to be able to learn a little bit more as far as the just providing a program overview, the eligibility process, the application process, things like that. So again, tomorrow at 6 p.m., and we'll have plenty of people who will be interested in that. It's a limited time, so please come out, learn a little bit more. But again, it's not necessary for you to participate in that program. The following week, on Wednesday, October 12th, I will be hosting a community town hall meeting in partnership with the South Point Community Builders, where we again will have our great director, Liddy, who hopefully will be rested by then because you're going to be very busy this week. But we'll be providing an update to Colony Park. So that will be at Colony Park on Harwick Drive from 5:30 p.m. until we pretty much finish up. We'll try to finish up by 6:30. I know it starts getting dark a little bit earlier, so we're going to start a little bit earlier there at 5:30 p.m. Again, this is just a community town hall kind of meeting in partnership with the South Point Community Builders. And of course, our guest speaker will be Liddy providing input and information, or will be receiving input from the public, as well as providing information as far as what's happening with our parks. And that's pretty much it. I also want to say thank you to We Are the Change. I see Mr. Luis Ojeda under your leadership as well with the park cleanups as well. You've done tremendous, great work in our city over the years, sir. And so again, it is greatly appreciated. I know that you have a great team of people helping you out as well. I don't know all their names, but please give them our gratitude and appreciation for all the work that they do under your leadership as well, sir. So thank you. And that is all, Mayor.
Councilman, you're doing some great work, and I want to highlight the workshop that Councilman Figueroa will be having. It's at Burger Point, corner of Mill and
It's across from the Orange
Mount.
East Street, in that area.
Oh, you're doing the East Street? Burger Point?
Burger Point, by the Orange Hill.
Got it. Okay. So thank you for the invitation. Unfortunately, I'm out of town, Councilman, but I support what you're doing. You're doing some great work down there. Thank you very much.
There will be other opportunities. I won't steal her thunder, but I know that I had a great conversation with Councilmember Calvin as well.
Great.
So there will be other opportunities. So please, just keep an eye out for that.
Councilman Fred Charette. Councilman?
Thank you. In the interest of time, I have just a couple of quick announcements for neighborhood association meetings. October 6th, that's tomorrow evening, 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., Arrowhead Farms Neighborhood Association meeting. Newmark Elementary, 42 Elementary School, that's where it's held, Newmark Elementary School, 4212 North 3rd Avenue, room B1. Contact Jan Widdenhausen. Phone number is 909-883-3796. And then, of course, on Saturday is the big festival. I don't need to repeat everything that's already been said. I will be there, and looking forward to that. The other neighborhood association that I'm going to announce, there are others. They're all over the city, and we thank all of the associations for their activities and for their commitment and involvement in the city and all that they do. Arrowhead on October 12th at 6:30 to 7:30 is Arrowhead Community Builders neighborhood meeting. That's, well, it says virtual, so I don't normally announce this one, and maybe somebody else, maybe in the 7th Ward, I don't know, Mr. Alexander, if you're going to announce that one or not, or you have more. You have a mic, go ahead. Well, I don't have all the information, and I thought it's in your ward, and you might. Anyway, they're all available, and you can get this information through our office at 384. What is it? 384. 5118. I call it all the time, but it's automatic dial. 909-384-5118 if you ever have any questions. Our staff in the council office will always help you. And and then there's one other that again, I don't have the details on the person to contact, but you can probably get this from our office, is at 6:30 p.m. On October 27th, North Park Neighborhood Association meeting at the Life Changing Ministries, 5395 North F Street. That is a new association up in the north end that is getting started, and they're making some real inroads and working hard to get that neighborhood group going. And that, again, is, unfortunately, it's on the same night as our special meeting for the homeless workshop, so I won't be able to attend that, the neighborhood association meeting. But again, these neighborhood association meetings, you can get a list of them, I'm sure, off of our website or through our office, and you should be looking for one in your neighborhood that you can help work with and participate. And then I'm going to end my comments again. I've kind of made a commitment to some people that I know, as well as to myself, to continue to pound the idea of this fentanyl crisis that this city is dealing with. The CDC from February 21 to February 22, so 1 year, February 21 to February 22, there were 108,000 overdoses in this country. And of those 108,000, 70% of them were fentanyl or other synthetic opioids. We just don't know what's on the streets, and we've got to be telling our youth and people, do not take anything off of the street. Do not. It's not an overdose, it's murder. That's what these dealers are doing. They're murdering people. And so we've got 76,000 murders in that period of time. And the country and we as a community have to do something about it, and we've got to be fighting that. I commend the police department for what they're doing to get those drugs off the street. But we as the public and the leaders have to be getting the message out that fentanyl is a killer. You're not going to get high on it, you're going to get dead from it. So I can't stress it enough. I think probably most people in this room know somebody that knows somebody that's been affected by a fentanyl death. So it's very, very important, and I can't stress it enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ben Reynosa, 5th District.
Hey, everyone. I want to start off by addressing the elephant in the room. It's my fault, the Cowan family. I'm sorry that you even have to be here. I want to assure you, though, there's been some miscommunication. There is no proposal to shut it down. I made the mistake of disseminating that information incorrectly. When I raised the concerns about the shooting that happened near the house, not at the haunted house last year, my chief is very active, and I'm not going to burn my chief in throwing him under the bus for wanting to be proactive and actually ensure that the legal permitting is there. Because anywhere else, if this were to happen anywhere else in the city, unfortunately, it probably wouldn't last this long. And we want to see this haunted house happen. The reality is I've spoken to Augie, and I'm so sorry that you have to be here. I was speaking to your wife, and I'm sorry that you're here with your daughter. But it's going to have to happen in a building more than likely. We want to see it happen. I went to Cajon too, man. I played Cajon water polo. I appreciate what you're doing. We never had any money back in the day. So you're doing a great thing, and I hate that you have to be here. I want to apologize to everyone because I'm fully responsible for you all being here, for you losing sleep at night, for you worrying about this not happening anymore, because I relayed the information that the chief was going to be on it, that code was going to do their job. We bumped up our code enforcement, so code enforcement is out. And I hope that they've spoken to you, and I hope that the city can assist you in getting that done and getting to the right place. But I truly am sorry, and I hate that you have to be here, but I am responsible. So when you're up here, everybody, you're up here to talk about this, give it to me. Don't burn our chief, don't burn our city. This is my fault for bringing this forward incorrectly. Secondly, I want to highlight what a lot of people have been saying up here as well, is that the training in the small grant program, the micro grant program through the American Rescue Plan dollars is finally here. The enrollment will begin on October 10th. That's this coming Monday. I'm going to go around the 5th ward, and I have to do a lot of like one-to-one and online kind of interactions because a lot of nonprofits aren't actually visible in the community, but the money's there from $10,000 to $35,000 if you've been impacted by COVID. If your business has, your nonprofit, and that money is vital in this community. But I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Again, to the Cowan family, I'm terribly sorry that you have to be here for this. Chief, I do thank you for your work regardless. The complaints, I think I haven't done a good enough job in relaying what the complaints were. Sadly, it's from a lot of your immediate neighbors in the vicinity right there who complain about the crowds, and then a lot of people who had children who fled the scene when there was a gunshot near the haunted house last year. Very traumatic stories. I've heard some of those directly from some of the youth. And they're not terrified to go out and walk ever again, but they are a little traumatized from that, and that's where this came from. That's where this stemmed from. So I'm sorry that you have to be here. It's not your fault. I know you're doing a good thing, but I'll end there.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Kim Kelvin.
Good evening, San Bernardino. How is everybody tonight? Yeah, I know. I can feel that energy. I want to start off by saying happy birthday to two community members of mine that turned 100. I mean, can you believe that? Two. I want to say happy birthday to Miss Juanita Dixon and happy birthday to Mrs. Juanita Kelly and Miss Eileen Dixon. Both of these mothers, long-term mothers in the city of San Bernardino in Ward 6, they have nurtured a lot of children in the community and a lot of people. And to be able to live 100 years and still be in their right minds, fairly active, know exactly what's going on. I just counted it a privilege to be able to go to their birthday parties and give them a certificate from from the city of San Bernardino. So happy birthday to them. I want to also say thank you right now to all the staff members that worked on the State Street expansion, and particularly the kickoff, the groundbreaking that we had on Monday. That project is just about 20 years old, and it's been on our books for that long. And the amount of resources and the amount of economic development and just access to the main highways that is going to be given when that project is completed in June 2023 will be phenomenal. But that's just one phase of it. We got 4 more phases to go. That project should be taking us all the way through the Wash and all the way to Foothill to connect on Route 66. That is going to really make some tremendous insights, aspects to come to that part of town. And so I'm very, very grateful to everybody on the team that did such a wonderful job. But this coming Monday on Baseline and Pepper, we're going to be doing another great groundbreaking. There's going to be a project, right? You're looking at me like, well, no, I believe that we're good, right? Right. So the Pepper Street is going to get paved from Baseline to Mill Street. And when I first came on board, there were several community members that were just like, when are you going to get this street paved? Every time it rains, what you did last week with paving those potholes, it comes right back up. But more importantly, too, we're going to be putting that street, I believe, maybe on a truck route so that we will be able to know like how often we're going to have to be dealing with that street, because that's really what takes place there is when that rain comes back down, those streets and those potholes just come right back out. But this is getting a true paving all the way down to grind it all the way down so that it's not just a field. So that is something really, and what's most important is that it's a collaboration with the city of Rialto. So it shows that both of our cities are collaborating and doing work together on projects where we both have community members that use that same street. So that's really something to brag about. And our San Bernardino grants is, yes, I did have a very intense conversation with Councilman Figueroa, because he's the one who stepped forward and was sponsoring a workshop. I'm going to be doing the same for community members as well throughout the entire city, but in Ward 6, so that everybody has this information. And I think if all council members would host something in each ward so that our nonprofits and our small businesses will know the grants that are out there and available to them, that it's going to be profitable for our entire city. And so I'm not going to take up any more time, and I'm going to pass the mic to my Councilman Alexander.
Thank you. Councilman of the 7th District, Councilman Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, San Bernardino.
Good evening.
I want to give kudos to Councilwoman Calvin on the University State Street expansion. She put a lot of work into that, 20 years. She deserves a round of applause because she did an excellent job. She really did. Usually I'm on the good side of hope usually when I get to here. I'm usually like, yay, yay, let's go San Bernardino, hashtag change the narrative. But right now, San Bernardino, I need your help. I said if I ever need your help, especially 7th Ward residents, I would reach out to you and I would call you. City manager is like, what is he going to say? Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say. There is a light project. People that live on Genevieve and people that live on Rossiter in the 7th Ward, I inherited this. They've been without lights for 2 years. I've been working them over. I'm probably burned the bridge with SCE. They'll probably never look at me right again. Some of the staff knows what we've been going through. So I need the 7th Ward. I need those that live around Genevieve, those that live around Ralston, to call SCE, because obviously my station in life is not strong enough to get their attention. So that's what we need to do. Sometimes it needs to come from you guys. I see head shaking, yeah. Call SCE if you live around there and you know the lights. My wife and I, we walk down there. It is dark. It is pitch dark. That's public safety. That's driving. That's a whole bunch of things. So I need those that live around that area, call SCE. Say, what's going on with the Genevieve lighting project? What's going on with the Ralston lighting project? My council has been calling and no effect. If you want to get involved, you want to see the change, now's the time. All right, city manager's got a nice new, pressure washer. Well, I'm putting first dibs in it. I want it on 40th Street, and I want it on Highland, Mr. City Manager, Madam City Clerk. Make sure that you got that on record, that I got first dibs on the pressure washer.
Please let him know that I've already put in dibs on that I asked you when the part was on back order. Thank you, sir.
But I asked him in closed session about a month ago when it was happening, so. I gave him parameters, but I still love you.
Councilmember Alexander, what was the title of your presentation at the League of Cities?
Oh, yeah, how to get things done kindly. Yes, it was. All right, let's keep it moving. Judy Penman, congratulations on what you did on Route 66. My office sponsored a couple of awards and categories for cars that day, so I walked around all day, all 1,200 cars, and made a couple of award presentations. It was awesome. Chief and your department, I called it Copoween because that's what my granddaughter called it. She goes, Halloween is in effect. Halloween is in effect. So instead of Coptoberfest, we named it Copoween, and it was a really nice event, and she had a really good time. If you didn't go, you guys missed it. They brought in the fire department. They didn't, Chief Sinan, they didn't like the fire department. I was rocking a fire department helmet. They didn't like it. I told them to give me some cop swag. I wear it up here. No cop swag. But a good event. See here. Public Works. I hope you guys hear this. Once again, some of my residents. So I'm shouting out because I run into it too. I know we had a flash flood. It brought a lot of mud and dirt down on our streets. A lot. So once again, I'm shouting out the Public Works and you, Mr. City Manager, and everybody. Sierra Way, Mountain View, Arrowhead, all across part of it, there are tons and tons of dirt. If I see it, you guys need to clean it up because it's affecting how we drive and where we turn and all that kind of stuff. So if it's on your list, let's get to it because it's been about a month. So once again, I'm asking. Graffiti cleanup. I've asked about the train overpass. We said we have a graffiti team within 48 months. I know I asked about this a month ago on the dais. So no one's writing things down. So now I wonder how it's not, now I know why it's not getting done, because no one's writing it down. I asked a month ago, and that's the interest to our city. So let's clean it up before we have our festival in October. And we're having a 7th Ward, I mentioned this again, 7th Ward trunk or treat. So all you 7th Ward residents, we need your help. It's going to be hosted by the Arrowhead Country Club to help get the kids off the street and all that around Valencia and that area. There's a lot of kids. So I'm asking Tanya, I'm asking for Rotary kids. Can you bring the Rotary kids out last time when we did it in 2019? Thank you very much. All the commissioners of 7th Ward are now duly tasked to bring out a car to come out on trunk or treat. It'll be 6:30 to 8:30. The phone number is 384-5188. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. One last thing. I'm sorry. We have coming up the San Bernardino Turkey Trot. Y'all come on out, San Bernardino Turkey. Where's Chief Hernandez? You there? Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to you. I got my eyes on you. Turkey Trot 10K. Be there or be square, Charlie Brown. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I want to report to the community that I will be in attendance at the 2022 Mayor's Water Council meeting. This is a hearing that Mayor Deborah Robertson of the City of Rialto, and she personally gave me an invitation. She and I are both members of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I serve as an ad hoc chairman of the Prescription Drug and Safety Committee, and her respective duties are regarding the Water Coalition, water safety, and water quality. For members of the audience who wish to join us, we will be in attendance at the Ontario Airport Hotel, 700 North Haven, on October 13th and 14th, and there will be meetings throughout the day. With that, we will then transition now to the presentation portion of tonight's City Council agenda. This is Citizen of the Month. I will recognize Councilmember Sandra Ibarra of the 2nd District. She has 2 presentations to make, the first one being CNF boxing, and then the second one is Citizen of the Month for Harry Hatch. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask everybody from the Cifuentes and Figueroa boxing team to please rise up and come to the podium as I speak of you guys. Thank you. It is an honor for me, and I'll be directing this to the boxing club. Coach Sonny, Coach Albert, thank you for the work you guys are doing. Just know it does not go unnoticed. This boxing group opened up in March of 2021 during COVID last year. I was there in attendance at your grand opening, just so you guys know. I was under the radar. I tend to do that quite a bit. Every day when I get home from work, to see the young people outside the facility interacting and getting their exercise and just being active in the community just warms my heart, because when I first got elected, I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of the students who live in that area are afraid of walking down East Street because they get approached by people who want to sell them drugs or do harm to them. And just to see you guys there, it's just, it brings me so much hope. And I do hope that the students from San Bernardino High School and Arrowview Middle School feel safer now that if they walk down East Street by themselves. And it's all thanks to you guys. Being a Citizen of the Month, there's several components that make up of it. First one is concerned. The work you do, I know you are very concerned about the youth and you want to help them stand up for themselves. Investors, just by you guys opening that club in the 2nd Ward in that area, that's your fully like the investment into the community. So I see that. Your time and your talent, just having you, the coaches, and having the students be there with you guys, you are giving that into the community. Involved, just seeing the amount of the young people that go there, I know you are very involved. You've built on it, and I don't know who's driven by on E Street. There's a beautiful mural outside their facility. I want to meet that artist soon. I think I've seen him. I know he goes out there every now and then and looks at his mural to make sure it doesn't need any touch-ups. You're zealous, enthusiastic, and very neighborly. And I do thank you. So with that said, I'm going to go up and give you guys a certificate. Thank you for coming and opening up in the 2nd Ward. We really needed something like you guys. Thank you.
It's just the fucking world we live in with Alexander. That's not.
Hello, how you guys doing? I know you mentioned that our gym has been open since COVID, but I actually, for some of you guys that don't know me, I've been mentoring youth for over 24 years, and that's how we started this program. Obviously, I have a past, and I'm passionate about the youth because they are the future, you know? A lot of people don't really care about the youth because maybe it's not their kids. But you guys, people gotta understand that they're the future. We need doctors, we need lawyers, you know, we need senators, we need people like that because they're the future. So we gotta take care of them so they can take care of us because we're not getting any younger, you know? So I've been mentoring youth. We've been teaching boxing for over 24 years. We just barely opened up that gym. But I've been doing this with my partner for a long time, you know? And it's not easy. I would be a liar if I said that I didn't want to quit. But I never quit it. I never quit. I never gave up on the youth, you know, because this is my passion. You know, God gave me the gift the talent to do this, and I'm never going to give up on them. This is just a little bit of us. I could have brought at least a good 60, 70 students here tonight.
They were out there right now when I
Yeah,
saw
our
them.
other coach is over there taking care of that business. But yeah, we've been doing this for a long time, and I know for a fact that we had a vision before we opened up that building. And I knew, because that's exactly where we wanted to put it, because I know it was active, there was a lot of problems. Just a few months, people got shot. There was actually drive-by shootings in front of our, gym. So, there's just still a lot of things going on right there. But I mean, I talked to a few members, gangbangers, because I mean, obviously I have a past. I'm not from this area. I was born in Compton, raised South Central LA. But this is just like LA. Nothing changes here. So, when you talk to people, they get to respect you and your program and your students. Like you guys said, it takes a village, If you know people, talk to them, they respect you, they respect what you're doing in their city. It don't matter where you give, as long as you give from the heart, that's what matters. That's all, And, it's been a long journey for us, for me too. I'm happy, I'm blessed, I'm thankful for what we got going on. But another thing is like, we would like to get some kind of help, some kind of funding, some kind of help, because me and my partner, I'm a union carpenter by trade. I've been doing that for over 20 some odd years. He works for Coca-Cola in LA, so it's a lot of work. I mean, we would love to get some kind of help, because I don't know. I don't know. I know that we're doing a big impact in that city on those blocks. I know we are. I just know that because I've seen it with my own eyes, even from what you guys are talking about, the homeless. I don't treat anybody any different. I don't disrespect homeless. I tell them, just don't mess around. If you want to take care of your business, go across the street, I tell them, take care of the business. When we're opened up, come back. It's okay. I don't look at you any different because I've been there. I mean, so.
We thank you very much for coming tonight, Sonny and team. We're very, very honored to have you and recognize you as our Citizen of the Month.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to transition to our next one.
Thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much. Okay. Councilmember Ibarra, Citizen of the Month.
Yes, Mr. Harry Hatch. Mr. Harry Hatch is a constituent up in the, the 7th Ward, Mr. Harry? And he is not in any commissions right now, in any committees, but he has a passion for the city, the same. He's very concerned for the community, especially around Waterman and 40th, if you know that area, the traffic that goes up and down that street. But the most impact he's caused for anybody who does not realize, we've had a huge problem with fireworks, and we still have it. It hasn't gone away. But Harry Hatch put in so many hours with all of his years of experience to help us with an ordinance to have a better control on the fireworks in our city. So if you see less fireworks, we have to give thanks to Mr. Harry Hatch. He did this from the bottom of his heart, no compensation. His only compensation is to look out for the rest of our city and our residents. So with that said, I have a certificate for you.
Back in your cage.
He's actually really good friends with my neighbors across the street, too.
Thank you, ma'am. Council, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you kindly. This was a surprise Took me about 5 years to get it done, but I got it done. I'm not going to talk about that right now. I want to open up a cupboard for Mr. Reynosa. The Oxbow, it needs help now. It needs to get taken care of. It is sitting there. It is festering. It's going to get worse. That's my next project. I'm going to try to get that taken care of. I'm working on getting all the paperwork that has transpired, and whatever I have to do, we're going to get something done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Sandra Barr, the 2nd District, recognizing 2 individuals tonight. Tonight, we will move on to our public comment portion. I have received several slips tonight. We'll put 90 seconds on the clock. We'll reserve 1 hour of time, and then we're going to power through. I'm going to ask the public, please, for your cooperation. We have 2 podiums available. When I call your name, if you could please stand on deck and let's get through this. We want to hear your comments. We appreciate our public for coming tonight. And I will ask, as your mayor, please, if you say your piece, get to your point, and tell us, or phrase it in a request. We're happy to hear your concerns, your complaints, and also your kudos. And so we will go right into our public comments tonight. 90 seconds on the clock, reserved for individuals who I call. Miss Judy Penman. Judy, I'm sorry, I know you have a lot to say, but tell us in 90 seconds. Felicia Alexander, James Tillman, Harry Hatch, and Arlington Rogers. If you've heard your name called, please, let's get to the podium, and thank you very much. Ms. Penman, welcome. I am sorry, my family and I were out of town, and I heard it was a blast, and I want to commend the San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce for such excellent work. Judy, you've been a real pleasure to work with over the years, and as mayor, I really want to commend your organization, yourself, and your hard work for a fantastic showing of Route 66, and I'll turn it over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask for maybe a couple of minutes more. There's a lot of people to thank, but I'll try to read this so it'll go faster, and I don't like to read. I like it extemporaneously. I'm Judy Penman, President, CEO of the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce. I will add this, though, even though I haven't been here for quite a while. Thank you for our new target and our Sprouts, Nathan. I don't see Nathan, but I am so thrilled, and you guys are doing a semi-good job. I still yell at you a lot, but you are doing a great job. Anyway, I would be remiss if I didn't say it's a great day in San Bernardino, as always. My purpose for being here this evening is to thank the city and all of you personally for being a co-sponsor of our 9th annual Rendezvous Back to Route 66, back downtown where it all began. I already said that. Again, it was held downtown, back where it all began. And again, we maxed out 1,200 spaces, all the car spots we had to offer. We couldn't put any more cars in the place. The Chamber is proud to have been able to keep this event in our city. It never left San Bernardino. Some people say, oh, we're back again. Well, it never left San Bernardino because God made me have it again, and here it is. It has been a challenge and a learning experience, but the best part of all of this is, did you say something, John?
Your time is up.
My time is up.
Know. We have a lot.
You know what? I'll be back next time.
We appreciate you,
because
Ms.
they're
Penman.
personal people. And thank you, Chief, for being here because your gang was wonderful.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alexander, Felicia Alexander, followed by James Tillman, Harry Hatch, and Arlington Rogers.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council and the community of San Bernardino. My name is Felicia Alexander, and I am the founder of the San Bernardino Turkey Trot, and I would like to invite you personally to our 8th annual Turkey Trot. It's going to be at the San Bernardino International Airport. The participation cost is $35. Everybody that participates and registers by November 1st is guaranteed a t-shirt and a finisher medal. So without further ado, I just wanted to give acknowledgement to our sponsors, because our sponsors really make it happen for us. A few of them, San Manuel, ThinkWise, Dignity Health, and many others. So thank you.
Thank you.
Where can you register for that turkey trot? Mrs. Alexander, where can you register for the turkey trot?
You may register for the Turkey Trot at sbturkeytrot.com. You can also speak to me after I walk out. And there's a QR code.
Thank you very much
All right, thank you.
for your involvement, Ms. Alexander. Thank you. Mr. Tillman.
This ain't gonna take no 90 seconds. I am inviting all the city council, the mayor. I did text the mayor this event here. It's called Building New Bridges in Our Community. We are doing a congratulations to our Chief Darren Goodman for being the first black chief of police for San Bernardino, and Horace Boatwright, which is the first black undersheriff for San Bernardino County. I would love for y'all to be there to support this event, because this is being paid by our community, not by no big corporations, but it coming out of our pocket. But please be there. Your city manager does have it. I got an email today for, I guess, one of his assistants, and I did reply back, but Kim Calvin does have a copy of this as well. Please be there and come and support our officer. He's doing, our chief, he's doing a real good job out here.
The
All
date,
right?
Mr. Tillman, the date?
The date is November 2nd, 2022, from 6 to 8 at San Bernardino Valley College in Building 100.
That's a city council meeting date.
Okay.
But thank you.
You're welcome to
and
come
we
if you
appreciate
want.
you, sir. Thank
All
you.
right.
All right, our next speaker, Harry Hatch, followed by Arlington Rogers.
I'll kind of pick up where I left off. First off, I do want to thank everybody else that did help with the fireworks. There are several people that made things happen. One of them was Ms. Ybarra, Sean Kelly from the Police Commission, and my wife, who put up with me going through all that work. We are in a problem again up in the north end. The rains have come. The pile has been saturated. It's leaking into the watershed. We need to look at it logically. You had 4 to 3 on your board or your council. Somebody vetoed it. Get it back on there, get the 4 to 3, and tell him not to veto it. We need to get it removed. Not done in, not ground into the ground, get it removed. The Oxbow needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Arlington Rogers. John Schollenberger. I don't see you, John. Are you here? Okay, there you are, sir. Thelma Thomas, Robert Porter. Mr. Rogers, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, particularly my council member, 5th Ward, Mr. Ben Reynoso, City Manager Rob Field, Assistant City Manager Eddie Evelyn, and my boss, Daniel Hernandez, Director of Public Works. But I come to you in a different capacity this evening. I come to you as President of the San Bernardino Black Cultural Foundation, and I have with me 2 board members, Troy Ingram and Genevieve Eccles. The reason for our appearance this evening is because we come in concerns with the Martin Luther King statue. We've managed the funding for that. We have been the fiscal agents for that, maintenance of that statue. But sadly, our donations for that fund have been drying up. So we're enlisting the assistance of the city to perhaps take over the maintenance of that project. There are nameplates missing from the Martin Luther King statue, and it's becoming a little bit more expensive than what our funding source can be. And I'd like to know who can I work with as a citizen and to see if we can make this happen. I just wanted to make sure that I approached it from the right way, because I am staff as well, so I don't want to blur the lines. So we thank you for this opportunity to present this to you, and if I could reach out to some staff member, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. John Schollenberger, followed by Thelma Thomas, Robert Porter, and Angelina Trammell. Mr. Schollenberger?
Good evening. I'm speaking as a private citizen, not on behalf of the NAC, of which I am involved. I would like to ask for more transparency in communication of developers coming into our community and building whatever developments that they're going to be building in a community without proper or more proactive communication to the communities around them. I'll give you two examples: the TAD building and the Dollar General at the corner of E and Marshall. I'd heard from the community about these projects and how they felt blindsided by it. And the Dollar General one in particular, the Planning Commission shot that down. They said it wasn't going to be a good quality of life addition for that community. The developer went through and appealed it to the council. Penman, I am understanding, was the attorney for that. And then they got this pushed through because, well, they had probably a legal right to do it. But I'm just saying, more transparency and better communication to the community is key, because if we don't do that and you build stuff around it and you don't tell the community what's coming or give them an opportunity to speak to it, that's undermining them. And we're the taxpayers and we're the community, and we have a right to at least have a voice in that thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thelma Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, council. I'm here again because I want to speak for the homeless people here in San Bernardino. I'm out with the homeless people 7 days a week. I feed them, I clothe them, and do as much as I can for them. One more time, I don't ask anybody for any funds for what I do, but what I am asking is that we need somewhere to put these people. They keep cleaning them out, moving them around. They're just displaced because they're unwanted. And the thing with it is we have that big vacant facility where we had housing that was for low-income housing, which is right at the corner of Waterman and Baseline. Now, you said you were going to build homes there, and it's been years, and nothing has been done. Now, my suggestion is that we put a police department, a subsidy police thing, and allow the homeless people to put their camps in there. It's city property. It's taxpayers' money. Why can't we utilize it? If they can give a property to the people over there that work at Home Depot to use that lot to get hired to do day labor, why can't we do something for the people that are citizens here in the United States? They're doing that for people that ain't even citizens. They ain't even Americans. And we can give them some land. Why can't we do something for ours? Why can't we put let Burtec or whoever the trash company is go by the encampments and pick up trash once a week? So it wouldn't be so much filth. There wouldn't be so much to complain about. Something needs to be done for our homeless people.
Thank you very much. Robert Porter. Robert Porter, followed by Angelina Trammell, Luis Ojeda, Ronnie Miller, Max Daniels. Mr. Porter, welcome.
Mayor, council, good people. I'd like to mention I just came from San Manuel Reservation for a memorial for one of the Ramos family. Jaime Ramos passed away, and he was buried today. Rowena Ramos is the elder at San Manuel, and they're a great family. We all know Assembly Member James Ramos, and I'd like to say that a lot of respect for them, and may he rest in peace. And just to let you know that I appreciate what San Manuel and the Ramos family does for our community, and all the different things that San Manuel helps fund. So if you do see a tribal member, shake their hand and say thank you for what they do. I'd also like to mention that, I'm looking forward to Festival. I've been posting it like mad. I had Lydie on the show, I Love San Bernardino County over at KCAA on Monday. So we're trying to get it out there. I hope you're all posting it too. Every time I see one of you, Juan or Sandra or whatever, I'm posting it up. But Teddy, you don't have an Instagram yet, but we're hoping soon. And if we can get you to bring the kids, these are the types of events that are going to be incredible. And some great things are coming to Second Lake. Let me tell you, this is going to be some good stuff. And the main thing, I'm hoping we get to feed the ducks all the time with a kiosk and, some park rangers and everything. So I did all that as a kid. I just want to throw in my fishing pole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Angelina Trammell. Ms. Trammell, thank you. Luis Ojeda, Ronnie Miller, Max Daniels. Ms. Trammell? If you turn on the microphone, just punch the button there. There you are.
Okay, I'm addressing 340 West 4th Street. Now, y'all putting all these people out. They was putting over 250 people out. They put a notice on the door on the 22nd, code enforcement. Okay, they was telling us we had to get out the next day. Now, we hear that we got to get out on the 24th, which is I'll be homeless again. I was homeless for 4 years, and I refuse to go back there out on the streets and sleep in a car. Or go to the motel and pay $2,400 a month. And they got to get out the motel at least for a week while you paying $2,400 a month. It's not fair to me. And I'm 58 years old, but I'm not a senior citizen. The senior citizen could help me. Nobody cannot help me. What is the problem with San Bernardino? I've been living in Rialto for 25 years. I left LA to come out here to have a better life. Soon as they took the Section 8, I found me a new place. I found 3 places. I got evicted. Guess what? They tells me, you got to make 2 times the rent. I do make 2 times the rent, but nobody won't rent to me in San Bernardino, and that was affordable to get me off the street for a year and a half. Now where I'm going to go. Ain't nobody gave me a voucher. They haven't offered me a voucher. They have not gave me anything, me and my husband. So what I'm going to do after the 24th, I won't have nowhere to go. And y'all have to understand that and it's more than me that's that age. It's not right.
Ms. Trammell, thank you for your comments tonight. Mr. Ojeda, Luis Ojeda, followed by Ronnie Miller, Max Daniels, Angel Villanueva, Jeff Green. If you've heard your name, if you would please stand in the bullpen. Mr. Ojeda, welcome.
Hello, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Well, we have a lot of people tonight, and I'm very excited because finally, after many, many years of seeing this city, that has been neglected. Fortunately or unfortunately, I've been here only for a few years, but I've seen the effort of everyone, the city, the elected officials, staff, and there's a lot to do, but it's very encouraging that now we put in a nice event, festival, right? And I want to invite everyone to come out, support, and let's try to show the support for the city, we're trying to do this. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, okay? So please, after so many years that this park being neglected, it's going to have to, take a few years to come back to what it was. So, but please, try to be positive, try to, bring the kids, bring everybody. We're going to be there. We're going to be in charge of the food village. So we have very good vendors. They're all permitted, okay? Don't worry about it. So, and also, I wanted to say, I went to the haunted house that is in the north end. I took my daughter, Lluvia, last year. And it's a well-run event, so I hope that the city and staff will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie Miller, Max Daniels, Angel Villanueva, Jeff Green, and LaWanda Rangel.
Okay, hi, I'm Ronnie Miller, founder of Sisters Making a Difference. Thank you for having me. First off, I want to give Liddy her flowers today, the director of Parks and Recs, because it's very important for grassroots organizations that have been doing the work in San Bernardino to partner with the local leaders to make it easier for all of us around in our community. So thank you, Liddy, for reaching out to the organizations that's doing the work in San Bernardino. I want to give the flowers also to Chief Goodman for coming in and doing his part, and all of you up there as well. It's going to take a community effort to actually help and uplift our community, so we can't be picking and choosing who put this on you, this on you. If we all work together, we do have a lot of problems and issues in our community that we could work better on, but I don't think we should point the fingers. I actually do the work in the streets, so I'm there listening to the voices of the people, so you hear me all the time up here talking for the people, because I'm not afraid to talk. So, of course, the only way we're going to uplift San Bernardino is those new people coming in, and they've been doing a great job. So leaders, as you guys sit there as well, I don't think you guys should pick and choose what you support. It's important for all of us to support everything that's going on for our city, San Bernardino. So if you for San Bernardino, all the issues here is on everybody back, not just one particular department, one mayor, one city council member. So it's important for all of us to work together. If y'all need me, I got you, but we need to be for our people too as well. So I'm all about the people. Let's be for San Bernardino, the people.
Thank you. Max Daniels. Max Daniels, Angel Villanueva, Jeff Green, LaWanda Rangel, and Jeffrey Young. Mr. Daniels.
Yes, I'm Maxie Daniels. I live in 340 4th Street too as well. I'm a taxpaying citizen. I got a full-time job. Because I don't have kids, they won't help us. And then it's one of these situations where they're talking about cleaning up the homeless encampments, but it seems like they're producing homeless out here in San Bernardino. I'm not from San Bernardino, but I've been out here. But the thing too is that everybody is, what the old guy said is not transparent. Sorry to say that, but I don't know his name. But it's not transparent, it's not clear communication. And before we get to that level of being homeless with nothing, they need to help us out. Because every time we try to go and do something on our own and have a job, pay rent, they put us in those situations. And everybody ain't built the same. I came from foster systems and other things, and I'm a completely different person from all them harmed, broken people, if you want to say. But they all have compassion, we all got care and love, and we all breathe the same air, we all bleed the same, we all got the same emotions. So we all need the same things to survive. So at the end of the day, it's over 200 people you finna put out there. It's blind people, it's ex-veterans, military, like, it's a lot of stuff going on. And then the way they put the paper on the door and then came the next day and they're keeping everybody in turmoil. Nobody has a clear date. We need something in writing. We need something in stone. We need everybody to be able to see that somewhere in that building. And that way we don't become one of these people that you're talking about cleaning up behind. We clean up for ourselves. So we need some clear stuff. We need some help. We need people that don't have all of those limitations, that don't have funding, all this other stuff that's going on. I don't get food stamps, none of that stuff. Make something in that lane so we can continue to help and come and make programs for these other people.
Thank you, sir. Angel Villanueva.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Valdivia. I'm Angel Villanueva. I'm a 44-year-old male that has been struggling my whole life with poverty. And it's not easy trying to raise a family of 8. And I'm here representing the 340 West Street building. And the reality is that me and my 6 children and my wife are going to be out in the streets on the 24th with absolutely nowhere to go. It's impossible to find help because all the resources that have been offered to us have been, temporary as far as food, diapers for the kids, and it's great. I'm not knocking any of that down, but we're talking about housing. We're not talking about food. We're not talking about hunger. We're not talking about anything other than housing and where we're raising our kids and where our kids go to school. We are active citizens and taxpayers and all that, and we have rights too. We've never been given any destination. We have never been guided in the correct way, and all of our civil rights are been mistreated. We are citizens and we have rights as well. And I'd like to hope that this doesn't land on deaf ears, but it sinks into your guys' hearts, and we actually step up as a city and all of us together work together on solving this problem. Because the truth is on the 24th, you're gonna have 200 more homeless people that you're trying to clean up after. And during the holidays is uncalled for. We have the holidays in front of us. Please have some heart.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Green, followed by LaWanda Rangel, Jeffrey Young, Rebecca Dougherty, and Jocelyn Fiesel. I hope I pronounced that right. Sir, welcome.
I'm also here to speak about the property on 4th Street. So I ran some numbers, and the average person there's 229 doors. They're paying $700 a month in rent, which is generating $160,000 a month. So for $118,000 a month, you could service a loan for $20 million, put everybody in a hotel until you tear that down and build a new one, and you have housing for people that live and work in this community. There are things you can do. There are other communities that have TOPA policies, Tenant Occupancy Preservation Act policies, like in Washington, D.C., where they fund TOPA, and people that are residents in buildings that are condemned or go into foreclosure can buy those buildings and live in them as co-ops. They could pay less than $700 a month and service a loan that would make another building there possible. So instead of putting them out on the streets, do something creative financially and get them a place to live. You've got a lot of people in this community. You've got a lot of people in this community that could live here and work here affordably if you stop financing this kind of nonsense.
Thank you. LaWanda Rangel, Jeffrey Young, Rebecca Dougherty, Jocelyn, and Chris Raynard.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, men and women. I'm here to represent tonight the next mayor of San Bernardino. Hi, San Bernardino Linos. On November the 8th, San Bernardino has a decision to make for the next mayor of San Bernardino. The two candidates are Jim Pittman and Helen Tran. Jim Pittman is running for the love he has for the city, the love he has for the people, the commitment of making the city of San Bernardino thrive. To manage public safety, we need someone like Jim Pittman. Helen Tran has been the Director of Human Resources for the City of San Bernardino. Faced with a sexual harassment charge, Helen Tran decided to cover up the sexual harassment charge. So when you cover up someone else's sin, to me, you are the person that has victimized that person all over again. Today, we need to stop covering up things. We need to have things in the open. We don't need to be sweeping things up under the rug. We need to say what it is and call it what it is exactly when it is. Now, you have two people that are running for mayor again, like I said. We need to make good decisions when it comes to San Bernardino.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments. Jeffrey Young.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm here speaking on behalf of 340. I am the resident property manager there. I commend you on speaking on the homeless crisis, but in the next few weeks, you're going to have a homeless crisis that you've never seen before. In this building, we are housed disabled, blind, other forms of homelessness. They came from homelessness to the building. We took them in the American Sports University dormitory. 2.5 years ago, a yellow tag was placed on the building. Now, it's an urgency 2.5 years later to remove everyone out the building. The help that they offered is not help at all to some of these families out here. They got kids. They're offering temporary housing and hotels. Mr. Sanchez, aren't you the councilman for that district of 4th Street? We haven't seen you over there at all. Not one bit. That building's been there through 2.5 years, and I know you noticed it. Now their code enforcement, like they said, came in and put a note on the door, everybody out. Everybody out now. Where were you at? You're speaking on the homeless crisis. You're gonna have a big one here, a very big one in the next few days. And I promise you, there's all different forms of life. They can't go nowhere else. Nowhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rebecca Dougherty, Jocelyn, Chris Reinhardt, and Tanya Rhodes Hensley.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff, and citizens of San Bernardino. My name is Rebecca Dougherty, and I'm a previous 17-year employee here at the city of San Bernardino. I just retired in August, so I thank you guys for signing my proclamation. I appreciate that. And it's actually pretty nice after all my years of serving the community since 1997 through this year, trying to make communities better for other people in their cities. I'm finally making it better in my own city, where I was appointed to the Parks and Rec Foundation Board staff, and we put on a huge rodeo up there. So I'm really excited about serving my community now. But what I'm actually here for tonight is, like the other lady at the other side, I'm here in support of Mr. Jim Penman for Mayor of San Bernardino. I worked closely with Mr. Penman for many years, and we accomplished so much during that time. Mr. Penman was always supportive of his staff and our code enforcement team, and I hope the community makes the best choice and votes for him, because as a 17-year city employee, I highly respect him and what he can do for our city. He has institutional knowledge that is unsurpassed and knows how to accomplish positive change in our city in a legal manner. You know, having personally seen and experienced what Ms. Tran can do to city employees as a female and a city employee, I feel very betrayed by what she has done to city employees. So I hope everybody makes the right choice and votes for Mr. Penman.
Thank you. Jocelyn, welcome. Push the button for us. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I stand with Tenants United in solidarity. I first came here with the Dorgel Estates. Now I'm here on a bigger behalf for the D Street. Mr. Sanchez, the city, these people need you. You need to show up, give them some kind of hope, and do whatever you can for these people. Okay? They done suffered long enough. They never had the right permits for those places. That place should never been able to collect rent here in our city. Okay, where was code enforcement back then when these people first landed with this idea? Okay, it never should have been what it is now. So it falls on your watch, and you need to now take care of that and get these people what they need so they can continue. Thank you.
Pastor Chris Reiner, great to see you, sir. Welcome.
Hey, you too, Mayor. Nice to meet you, or nice to see you, Council. Nice to see you, San Bernardino City as well. I'm excited that tonight I get to hopefully bring a little bit of hope. That about 3 years ago, Dr. Wyatt from the school board and I were talking about the struggles that our teens are going through. Simple things like the ability to come and do laundry and take care of that so they have clean clothes. And so we as a church have chosen to respond to that need in honor of Dr. Margaret Hill with the Hill Teen Center. And so we're going to be launching that here in about the next year. We have already got a fully funded laundry facility. $48,000 donation was written where our teenagers can come at no cost and do laundry in state-of-the-art, brand new commercial laundry facility. Our Teen Center Phase 2 part will be a counseling center with licensed counselors. It will also have tutoring, cafe, as well as just a fun place for our teens to hang out, play video games, get resources. Phase 3 will be a skate park, full court basketball court, and a community garden, all on our church campus, over 26,000 square feet total. And so in short, I just want to invite you all. You'll get invitations as well from the city clerk. On October 23rd, we're doing a vision night. We'll have full renderings of it. And in the back as well, there is some flyers you can get there. You can find out information also at the Hill TC, Teen Center, thehilltc.com. We're super excited about this, and it's going to be good for San Bernardino.
Thank you. Tanya Rhodes Hensley, Brian Garcia, Vandalyn Creighton, and Luis Ramos or Roman? Tanya, welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. First of all, I want to say yes, I will bring students out to the trunk or treat and support that for you. So we'll connect. One thing I want to say to all of you, I love that you guys are starting to really come together and support what's going on in the community. I said this last time. I love when you came down to Seckham and you supported the cleanup, and I mean, got trash bags out, got pickers out, picked up things, and so on. I would love to see that in a ripple effect throughout our city, whether it's the neighborhood associations starting to really take it on, and I know many of them already do. It's led by council members, it's led by Bird Tech. I don't care, it needs to happen. Which brings me to the second thing. I am more than willing to be a citizen representative on a homelessness task force, that if you guys are gonna create that from a council and come up with those things, you need to have voices from our city. And yes, I have a very diverse background from people in our city from all walks of life. So please call me, I'll be a part of it. And then the last thing I would like to say is thank you for all of you for what you do. I know it's hard. I know all of you are out in the community doing the best that you can. I see you at events. So when you think of that, continue it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Garcia. Brian, followed by Vandalyn Creighton, Luis Roman, and Spencer Cromwell and Augie Cohen. Sir?
Good evening, Councilman. I'm a resident at 340 West 4th Street also. It's been tough this past week. A no was placed on my door. I'm a full-time employee and just not the best time in my life. I was sleeping out of my car and I was allowed to stay here at 340 West 4th Street. And up until today, I found out that I have 2 weeks to get out. Mr. Sanchez, I know that you're in charge of this area. You're talking about cleaning up the homeless. Well, it sounds like you're talking about me. You want to clean up me, but I'm a human being. And I'm just like you. I have a mom that cares about me. And she calls me, and sometimes I'm in my car. I don't want to tell her. I'm on the streets. But when I hear you talk so loosely about that, about the homeless population with no alternative, it just makes me think about what do you see me as? Something you could just clean up, sweep under the rug? I see you doing with the park, and you're very impressed, but what about the eyesore? You know what's a bigger eyesore than that ugly park? People that are homeless on the street. So I just want you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vandalyn Creighton, Luis, Spencer, Augie, and then Augie the third, Cohen. Ma'am, welcome.
Hi, good evening. As a concerned resident of Verdmont Heights, I'm here to request that the haunted house not be permitted to operate this year in my neighborhood. I and the residents in the neighborhood have put up with the traffic, the noise, the trash, and last year attempted vehicle break-ins as well as shooting where fortunately no one was injured. Our community is made up of a number of business owners and public servants like myself, who is a teacher, who work hard for the things they own, one being our properties. Now, Mr. Reynoso, I mean you no disrespect, but I don't believe that you live in my neighborhood, and if you do, sir, I'm sure that you wouldn't want anyone shooting in your neighborhood. And if the city is so very concerned about helping Mr. Cohen continue the fundraising, then I might suggest that the city donate a building for him to be able to do that, much like the city of Rancho Cucamonga, who cared about the residents and went ahead and provided came with a requirement that haunted houses needed to be in an industrial or commercial area, not more than 100 feet from a residential area. Consider that for our safety and the safety of our children and our families. And also to my friend, Mr. Cohen, who I've been friends with since 2006, I did not appreciate the video by his nurse who went and lied and put it out and said that I was across the street and I'm against this. So I want everyone to know, if anything happens to my property or my family, I am going to sue this man and the city.
Creighton. Thank you. Our next speaker is Luis Roman. Luis, welcome.
Good evening. I was just speaking on behalf of the haunted house, and more than the haunted house is for that child. The purpose of the haunted house is to raise money for that child. Every story has a villain, and I ask you guys not to be the villain of this child. She doesn't need any more. She has a hard enough life as it is. The father is just trying to raise money for her. I'm a volunteer. My children are volunteers. There's no traumatic situation that happened with them. They're eager to go back and do it. And why not let the man do it at his own home? Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Spencer Cromwell. Spencer Cromwell. Sir, welcome. Push the button. Push the button. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Spencer Cromwell. I'm the home health care nurse for the Cohen family. I work in the family home for more than 40 hours a week. It is my honor to have the opportunity to provide care for the youngest member of their family, Miss Andrea. Miss Andrea has a condition known as metachromatic leukodystrophy, and Miss Andrea requires complete care. Her breathing is managed mechanically, and 100% of her nourishment is a concoction of no less than a dozen specially formulated holistic medications. She is nonverbal, but don't let her the limitations I've described paint a picture for you. She is full of life. The fact that Miss Andrea is here today and in such good health is a testament to the highest quality of care that the Cowan family provides. If you could imagine, her past doctors have recommended that the Cowans, that they just simply allow her to expire. That Miss Andrea has defied every doctor's timeline of her life expectancy, primarily because her family did not listen to the doctors. Taking this path is one of unimaginable cost. There are countless medical supplies that are detrimental to maintaining Miss Andrea's health. Most of her critical supplies are not covered by insurance. The Cowan family has tried to work with the city's permitting office, who walked her through the application before approving him and given him a file number, only to ultimately revoke the authorization after a neighbor made numerous complaints to a city council member who contacted the chief of police.
Our next speaker is Augie Cowan. Sir.
Hello, I'm Augie Cowan. I'm the dad of Andrea Cowan. We've been running Caitlin Manor now. This will be our 10th annual year. It's a fundraiser for my daughter. The fundraiser has brought joy to our community, bringing people from near and far. It is not often people choose to come to this city for enjoyment. It is not often people look forward to coming to San Bernardino. The haunted house has helped that. The fundraiser has helped put San Bernardino on the map for something positive. In the 9 years of this haunted house, unfortunately, there happened to be a shooting unrelated to this event. However, again, that one unrelated incident was the only, as longtime resident, I love this city, I invest in this city, I am proud to bring something positive. Because of this, I work hard to make sure this fundraiser is a safe and positive experience for everyone involved, for the attendees and the volunteers. This event has brought together my community, young and old. My neighbors and their children graciously volunteer their time to help at this event, with neighbors even coming at the end to clean up and ensure that the neighborhood stays clean. I can go on and on the positive impacts the fundraiser has had for the city and the community and how they greatly outweigh the negative naysayers. But I have to say, with the greatest impact of this event, which has been on my daughter. It started as an event as a means to raise critical funds to pay for her numerous medical expenses and necessities, and after my precious baby girl was diagnosed with metachromatic leukodystrophy, you want to talk about concern, fear, uncertainty. Imagine being a parent with a child that was not healthy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Augie Cowan III, sir.
Hello, I'm Augie Cowan, and being a senior at San Bernardino High School, I know the bad name that San Bernardino gets, and I want to say that with the haunted house, since I was a kid, it's brought many members from the community that have helped that I've not known before, and then I've grown to make many good relationships with, and I've seen others make good relationships as well. As well, I've seen the other people in the community that have come through the haunted house. They've gotten a very positive experience. I've seen the majority, pretty much like 99% of them, and they all have good things to say, and it brings, like she said, it brings something good for the city, and it brings something good for the people that come through and to look forward to every year. As well, being the brother of my sister over there that's terminally ill, it's really hard. You can imagine the things that we've seen that, like I've seen her code and almost, pass away like right in front of me and stuff like that, which it hurts you a lot. And to see the expenses that the haunted house has been able to help with, it's helped a lot because it's helped pay for a handicap van, wheelchair accessible van, that have helped us be able to get her places easier and quicker and more safe as well as help for other many medical expenses and supplies and supplements as well that has helped her critically. When she was diagnosed, she was only given 5 years to live, and with these supplements that she takes that are holistic, she has lived another 10 years past that, and she is 14 years old, and this haunted house is a big reason why. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Mr. Penman, Jim Penman.
Last week, my opponent sent a mailer out falsely stating that women at City Hall, when I was city attorney, had accused me of sexual harassment. Shortly after, a West Side newspaper printed a column saying that 7 women had accused me of sexual harassment. That was totally false. No woman ever accused me of sexual harassment. Then Councilman Ralph Hernandez tried to pressure two women to file complaints against me alleging sexual harassment. They both refused. Councilman Hernandez then filed a complaint listing all of the bogus information he had put together. I was cleared of that by the California State Bar Association after a thorough investigation. What candidate will accuse their opponent of a falsehood that was disproven 27 years ago? This is a copy of the newspaper article, June 7, 1995, clearly saying that the complaint was filed by Ralph Hernandez and clearly saying the State Bar cleared Penman of unethical behavior. The charge stemmed from allegations of sexual harassment. People say they want Tran because she's a new face. This is not the new face this city needs. This is an example of the old guard, the old way city business is done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. City Clerk, that concludes our in-house public comments, and I'll recognize you for any additional comments.
Yes. Jacob, if you could please unmute your mic and address the council, you have 90 seconds.
Yes, as a business owner in the city of San Bernardino, I would like to state that Augie Cohen does not have a business license, a county health permit, a county fire protection district special events permit, a California Department of Tax and Fee Administration seller permit, a city of San Bernardino sidewalk vending permit, city of San Bernardino encroachment permit, nor general liability insurance in the amount of $1 million, listing the city of San Bernardino an additional insurer. This is unfair competition and it needs to be shut down.
And I have one ADA accommodation for Mr. Hardy Brown. I heard about the ribbon cutting ceremony that will kick off the extension of State University Street in the 6th Ward. Thank you, Councilmember Betty Dean Anderson for the vision, and the current Councilmember Kimberly Calvin and City Manager Rob for completing her dream. You should also approve the increase in pay for council members. Mr. Penman will tell you he has more experience in city government, which is true. But he has been disruptive in using that 26 years of experience, and he has not changed. At your last council meeting on 9/21, he was up to his old tricks by asking you to get the city attorney to petition the court to open up an old case that Helen Tran gave a deposition of her investigation. This is Penman's tactics of dragging the council into fights, which will pit you against each other, the city attorney and city manager. I am glad you did not bite at the baited hook. He went on to say the public has a right to know. Mr. Penman, since you believe so much in the public right now, can you tell us about the 5 women who filed sexual harassment complaints against you and cost the city $50,000 to investigate? This was reported in the Sun News article back in November 1994, and he provided a copy of the article. The women said in the article Penman gave them neck rubs. Can you tell the public what really happened? It was also reported in the Sun newspaper article that you allegedly told one of the women, "My libidos rise and falls based on how much time I spend with you each day," end of quote. Can you tell the public what you did to make these 5 women? You were all provided with the copy of it, and it's also available online for public review.
Thank you very much. That concludes tonight's public comments portion of tonight's calendar. We'll move right immediately into the appointment portion. These are items number 4 and 5, the Charter Review Committee appointment of Ms. Raquela Simpson and the Planning Commission appointment for Mr. Ivan Garcia. I'll entertain a motion for those individuals.
Move to approve.
I'll second. All right, and members, please cast their votes.
Motion passes 6 Votes in favor, Councilmember Reynoso was absent.
Very good. I will invite Ms. Raquela Simpson. Ma'am, are you here tonight? Very well. If you join Councilmember Kim Calvin of the 6th District for your certificate.
Yes, I am so very happy to accept Ms. Raquela Simpson as my commissioner for the Charter Review Committee. But I would be remiss if I did not speak first of the commissioner who is resigning, Ms. Vicki Lee. And she has been in this position for quite some time, serving us, our city, all over the city in many, many, many capacities. And so I'm very, very grateful to Ms. Vicki Lee for all that she has done, and I hope that she's watching. She is going through dialysis 3 times a week, so this is a little bit much for her right now. But I want to just thank her on behalf of the city of San Bernardino for all that she's done for us. But as a commission appointment is hereby conferred upon Raquela D. Simpson by the City Council of the City of San Bernardino to serve as a member of the Charter Review Committee and receive the oath of office from the city clerk on the 5th day of October, 2022. Welcome to the team.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Take a picture. And let me go ahead on and give you a little pin. Just official. This is my good side, just. Yes, you do. What can be said? But thank you all so much. I humbly and gratefully accept this appointment. I think that I look forward to further serving my city. I'm a 4th generation San Bernardino native. I look forward to continuing the legacy of my family and representing my community. And so, let's get it done.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll recognize Mr. Ivan Garcia, the Planning Commission appointment for Ward 3, presented by Councilman Figueroa.
Thank you, Ivan. Ivan comes to us with great qualifications. You have a degree in construction engineering technology, so you definitely will come with a lot of information. You have 16 years of construction project management, and so you'd be very welcome. Your knowledge would be very welcome with in the Planning Commission. Thank you for stepping up. But I also, like Councilmember Calvin, would like to acknowledge and say thank you to the previous Planning Commissioner, Liz Sanchez, also who also had great knowledge with her civic engineering background as well. And she's moving on to other things, really great things as well. So Liz, if you're watching, thank you for your years of service as well. But Ivan, please, thank you so much for stepping up. And again, I think you're going to be a great asset, a great person on the commission as well. And thank you, sir, for stepping up. And I'd like to present to you also an appointment certificate as well to you, and a little pin as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, at this time, our city clerk will administer the oath. Ms. Simpson, would you please join us down here? Thank you very much. And we will administer the oath to both Mr. Garcia and Ms. Simpson.
Okay, if I can please have you both state your name.
Ivan Garcia.
Raquela Simpson.
Okay, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
I do.
I do.
Okay. I'll meet you at the back table so we can sign.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the discussion portion of tonight's calendar. This is item number 6. This is to adopt the ordinance number MC 1592 regarding the alcohol beverage sales location restrictions. Mr. City Manager, we'll turn it over to you and your staff for a staff report.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. The staff report tonight will be presented to us by Dave Murray, the city planner. Dave.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Dave Murray, your city planner. The item before you today is the second time you're hearing this, actually the third time. First time it was presented to you was several months ago, where staff was proposing amendments to the alcohol beverage sales locational restrictions based on City Council direction to prohibit alcohol sales within 1,000 feet of residential uses. That amendment was before you. It was approved by Planning Commission on April 12th, 2022, and was before you 2 months ago. So the item before you today was brought forward as a continuation from the last City Council meeting based on recommendation from Councilmember Sanchez for your discussion.
Okay, Mr. Murray, thank you very much for the presentation. Now, the amendments have been changed per the request of Mr. Sanchez?
There were no amendments made per the request. It was a continuation.
Very good.
Staff is willing to take direction from the City Council.
Okay, all right. We'll open it up to comments and questions for council members.
Yes.
Councilman Sanchez?
Yes. Again, I just want to make sure, look, this isn't bad legislation. I just want to make sure that there's a small segment of locations and businesses that will be opening up in the coming years that aren't going to be excluded because of the legislation. So the amendments are very minimal. So what I would do now is move to direct staff to bring back an item for introduction with the following changes. Exemption for establishments which do not sell alcoholic beverages as the principal, again, as the principal business should be amended to eliminate the 10,000 square foot minimum and to specifically reference bodegas. So we would strike the minimum 10,000 square feet requirement, and I want to say it's page 5 of 7 of the second attachment, subsection G specifically references fraternal organizations, veteran clubs. This is where we would include a specific reference to bodegas. We want to make sure that these establishments who have always been good players on the west side aren't being eliminated from potentially being able to open up business in our city. So those are the two changes. Eliminate the 10,000 square foot minimum requirement, as well as specifically reference bodegas as a subcategory of establishments that are open, that will be allowed to pursue a alcoholic beverage license.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. City Attorney, I have particular questions regarding the definition of bodega. What is the definition of bodega? And secondly, does the business licensing of the municipal code clearly define and enumerate the term bodega in our municipal code? And if so, how is that defined?
I can answer that, Mayor.
I'm sorry. It's brought to my attention. We'll take a 5-minute break here. For lack of a quorum, we'll take a 5-minute recess and gather our thoughts, and we'll return in just a few moments. And reconvene our meeting after our break. This is item number 6. And we'll call council members, please, back to their desks to make a voting decision here. This is regarding the alcohol and beverage sales location and the restrictions.
Mayor, if I may, just give you
Yes,
a
Ms. City
reminder
Attorney.
as to some procedural background. This item number 6, which is he's giving me hand sign. Mayor, what would you like me to do? Would you like me to proceed?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. This item number 6, which is an ordinance regarding alcoholic beverage sales and locational restrictions. You may recall that you conducted the first reading and introduced this ordinance back on August 3rd. It then came back before the council on September 21st for the second reading. At that meeting, we had Councilmember Sanchez propose minor amendments to the ordinance, and we were stuck with a tie vote of 3-3, and you directed us to bring this item back. As a technical matter, it should have come back to you as a second reading on your consent calendar, but knowing you would have a discussion, it was placed on your regular business calendar. So the issue tonight is, do you want to conduct the second reading as it was proposed to you 2 weeks ago? Do you want to entertain the minor amendments that Councilmember Sanchez introduced 2 weeks ago?
Ms. City Attorney, question for point of clarity. If the council were to entertain on the first recommendation versus the amended language by Councilman Sanchez, would there be, the recommendation would be as stated in the backup?
Correct.
Okay, very good. All right.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation as is.
Okay, and this would qualify Ms. City Attorney as a second reading?
Correct.
Very good. Is there a second to Councilman Reynoso?
Second.
Okay, and the matter is before us.
So I would like to make a substitute motion. So my substitute motion would be to direct staff to bring back an item for introduction with the following change. And I'll read this out again. Exemption for establishments which do not sell alcoholic beverages as the principal business should be amended to eliminate the 10,000 square foot minimum. And that would be in subsection, section, oh, you guys know where that is. Oh, it's page 4, subsection B. And then make specific references to bodegas in subsection G.
Did we get the definition of the bodega?
If this motion were to pass, then staff would go back and we would add into this ordinance for a new reintroduction the definitions that have been added in the substitute motion.
I'll second the substitute.
All right, Councilman Charette seconds the substitute motion of Tan Sanchez. Any final members wishing to discuss the substitute motion?
I raised my hand.
Yes, Ms. Barr?
A question to the city staff. Is there a way for you to determine, based on just the application, whether or not the alcoholic sales will be the principal business for them or not? Because I know right now the permits that we have is they differentiate the type of alcohol, for example. I know we have those kind of permits, but do we have those that say alcohol will be the primary or not, or the secondary or tertiary business or sale?
I can't speak definitively about if there's something specific in the code, but generally speaking, for planning, we would look at the floor area dedicated to different products. So when an application comes in, we look at the floor plan. They would indicate what merchandise is located where, and we would calculate the area of the sales area. It's also possible to do it through, sales, but that's hard to monitor and track. So the floor area is the most reliable way for us.
And going off of that, then the other question I had, I'm blanking out right now. I don't know why, but I'm trying to see what's going to make it easy for the staff. Is it having something listed as a liquor store going to be considered a primary sale for them versus the bodega? Maybe we can do something in the ordinance that will differentiate what a bodega is versus a liquor store, maybe? Would that be something that we might have to bring back before we go through the amended changes?
Staff can certainly look at definitions, and, you know, we don't currently have a definition for bodega. We can look at if other jurisdictions have definitions, and use those to base, you know, come up with a definition for city council's consideration. I'm just searching real quick to see if we have liquor right now. We do have a definition for liquor stores. It is a retail store principally involved in the business of selling alcoholic beverages, including hard liquor, where sold for the consumption off the premises. The classification includes stores or facilities that are covered by a state license for general alcohol sales or a Class 21 ABC license.
Councilmember Ibarra, we had actually continued this item. I was hoping that you'd be the fourth vote, but why I brought it forward originally was that, I know you're gonna appreciate this in the second word especially, is although we totally sympathize with any minority business owners opening their shop and everything, but the reality and why I brought this forward is that, like I was saying at the last meeting, when I'm going in there to get like a Snicker as a kid or something like that, I use a direct example, the guy behind me is walking out with the tall can. And so it's not affecting any that are in place right now, but the reality is if you approve a bodega versus whatever anybody else will call their store, it's gonna be the same thing, essentially. It's not on the owner, we're trying to prevent like the proximity to sensitive receptors that you can actually buy that tall can or alcohol or anything like that within 1,000 feet. Because if you add what Councilmember Sanchez is doing, it literally will stay the same as it is currently in the municipal code.
And I understand, because I have liquor stores. I actually have liquor stores within the second ward, across the street from certain schools and other places that they're not supposed to be there. How they got, you know, their liquor license is beyond me, or how they got to open in those areas. Maybe they were there before the schools. I haven't lived in the city that long. I just want to make sure that that is not what we're trying, and you know, from my colleague here, Sanchez, my concern in my neighborhood is the crime that plagues the city around liquor stores. I myself, I'd be okay with 1,000 feet distance from any sensitive uses. But at the same time, I know what a bodega is as well. And I would hate for the bodegas to be plagued with the same concerns that the liquor stores have currently. That is where I would be coming from. I don't have any bodegas. I have little meat markets in my neighborhood that also sell alcohol. I have the deli that sells alcohol. And that's all I know, that those vendors have to apply for those permits based on what they want to sell and how they want to sell it. But nothing will differentiate how much of it they can sell to the public. So I hope you don't hold that against me, or the little bodeguitas.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
So thank you.
I'll recognize Councilman Calvin. Go ahead, man.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. I want some clarification for the community and for us here on the dais. This would only affect businesses going forward, correct? New applicants.
That's correct.
But I think Councilmember Sanchez, in our conversations, he's has some concerns about businesses that may have gone out of business, correct? And the opportunity to come back. So you're asking whether or not those businesses will be grandfathered in to be right where they were when they left off, or are you also speaking about new establishments coming forward?
No, I mean, it sounds drastic, but I mean, it's a graveyard of those corner stores on the west side especially, that are there where the front building was the bodega. It's boarded up. Families who own that building and that land still live in the back. And the conversation is constantly ongoing. Well, you know what? Things are looking good now. Let's open it back up. So we had some of these close in the market crashes of 2008. I actually don't think any of them closed down during the pandemic. But there's at least a dozen of these bodegas that are sitting there, and they're always just on the cusp of, hey, look, should we open it up? And we've had 2 or 3 of these open up over the last couple of years. And I would much prefer to have a little corner store where you can pick up some of the food staples as opposed to a boarded up building on prominent corners on the west side. So I want to make sure that we don't cut those off, because they're small parcels of land. And I'll tell you, with the development code as it is, you can't put in another business and you won't be able to build a house. So what happens with those corners? We have plenty of vacant lots. I mean, I live right next to a vacant lot that it can't really be developed. You can't. It's too small for a house. It's too small for the new development code for any sort of real business. But these shops are there, and families are intending to open them up. And the last thing I want is for them to finally decide we're going to take the plunge. They come into City Hall, say no, can't open them up anymore.
Councilmember Sanchez, I totally empathize with what you are saying, but I do not believe that we would be able to protect businesses that have been out of business since 2008 from any municipal code that has been advanced during that time. But a business maybe that has suffered and closed during COVID, maybe that might be something else where we might be able to make some amends. But a 2008 business that has been closed, I don't believe that we should be able to protect that business, sir. But I want to just reemphasize why this motion has been brought forward. And I've shared this with Councilmember Sanchez, and so we've had a very thorough conversation, and we understand, we both here are trying to do the right things, and the right thing being an understanding that, yes, on the west side, we do have a significant amount of liquor stores and bodegas that sell liquor. And what we're trying to do is, one, make sure that we're not enhancing that amount, but also making sure that we're understanding some of the ills of what we have to endure in our own neighborhoods, and wanting to also make sure that children in our city are protected and are not faced with having liquor stores on every corner, on every inch of their walk to school. We agree with that. We agree with that, correct? So I would then like to make an amendment to yours, and that would be that any business that has been out of business since 2008, we cannot protect them. But a business maybe that has gone out during the COVID, that maybe there would be some parameters or something where we might be able to make some adjustments with that business.
There's so many of these boarded up buildings that sit there and they'll open up, and we had 2 or 3 of them open up over the last 2 or 3 years. And there's a potential for more of them to open up. And again, these aren't the bad actors in our communities. I'm willing to wager with anyone that all the bodegas that I know of, from 5th to 9th Street, east and west of Mount Vernon, none of those are ones where there's a guy sitting on the sidewalk with beer or a mini bottle or drunk or messed up sitting outside. These are places where grandma sweeps every morning. The patron of the patriarch of the family is running behind is working the counter. These are not the bad actors, and I want to make sure that we're not discouraging these businesses from flourishing.
Flourishing or coming back into existence?
Well, coming back into existence. So again, there's a dozen or so of these boarded up buildings on these corners, and they're slowly opening back up. And so I would be heartbroken that we would force them, if any of these decide to take the plunge and open back up, that we tell them, no, you can't open back up.
Okay, let me intervene here and interject, because I hear the side of both council members and their passion. The development code clearly does have limitations on businesses reopening. My understanding is that there is a 2-year time frame, and so that if that bodega from 2002 or 1997 has been shuttered and closed longer than the 2 years, that they would have to make a full reapplication on that process. So I think I hear both sides of the coin, but the reality is that the development code clearly mandates that the new bodega, be it new or resurfacing, and it's shuttered beyond the 2 years, that they have to make full application. Is that a correct assumption? To clarify.
It depends. In some cases, there are situations where a bodega was established and the zone has changed to a residential use, to a residential zone.
What if it's an established residential zone?
If it's a residential zone and there's an existing bodega there, it's considered a non-conforming use in that zone.
And it's been shuttered for 2+ years.
In that situation, they would have to comply with the underlying zone, which is residential, or go through a zone change or some other process. If I could, I have a recommendation that may satisfy both sides. There could be two options here. One, staff would recommend, one option would be to allow them with a CUP that would require them to go before the Planning Commission for approval. A bodega that wants to reestablish alcohol sales or reestablish themselves with a CUP. Another option would be to allow them within 1,000 feet new bodegas that are existing as of the effective date of this ordinance, so we don't have to worry about new ones coming in, but it still allows the existing ones to reestablish their alcohol sales.
Or potentially any that had closed, or any that had a valid business license as of 2019, if you're trying to capture the COVID situation. So you could open that opportunity up. So anyone who had a business license since 2019 but closed could reopen.
Technically, legally, Ms. City Attorney, my only, that is a development code amendment that, we haven't even entertained.
We would have to come back with any of this.
To allow the 2019 or COVID period or window, that would have to come back before council. So
You could not do everything that we're talking about tonight in the substitute motion and in the proposed amended substitute motion will not take effect tonight. It will come back to you in a redraft, and you'll have to have a new first reading.
And you'll have to have development code updates if bodegas are allowed.
It's going to require more
It's
planning
a lot of
work.
sausage.
Exactly.
Yes.
There's a lot more work we would have to do.
With the current staff recommendation, wouldn't applicants be able to apply for conditional use permits?
If that's the direction the council chooses, yeah.
You're saying if it's approved as is, they're never going to be allowed to apply for a conditional use permit?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
If your recommendation, if your current ordinance is passed tonight, what's going to happen to those bodegas?
Oh, yeah, they would be subject to the 1,000-foot requirement, no alcohol sales within 1,000 feet of residential, as proposed by staff.
Okay, we've had some great questions, good comments. We do have the substitute motion. Let's go ahead and vote on Councilman Ted Sanchez and support with Councilman Charette.
This is what happens when we have good staff, and I hope the rest of my colleagues are willing to bite. We had our staff member over there just bring up a really good point, an additional option, which is a conditional use permit. So every time one of those bodegas wants to open up, they're going to be vetted through this council, and we can decide individually based on the merits.
Well, they would be Planning Commission.
Planning Commission.
Then potentially.
Then the council, but it would be vetted through the governing body, and we can use discretion as opposed to just knocking them all out. Now we get to bring those owners here. We get to see their floor plan. We get to see the mitigating measures they have in place, and we can use the individual experiences we all have in the various districts that we represent as a way to decide whether they have the merits to grant them the business license they need and then the various licenses they need. I think that is a really, really good compromise. And that is, I would add that to my substitute motion.
I'll second that one.
Okay, cast your votes, please. Cast your votes on the substitute motion.
Can I have the motion repeated, please?
Councilmember Sanchez's motion was to direct staff to bring back an item for introduction that provides exemption for establishments that do not sell alcohol as a principal, eliminate the 10,000 square foot requirement, and reference bodegas as a subcategory that will be allowed to pursue an alcoholic beverage license. And then with the addition of allowing these businesses to apply for CUP and go before the Planning Commission to reestablish their business. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cast your votes.
No. What's his name?
The motion passes 5-2 with Council members Reynoso and Alexander voting in opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 7, this is an ordinance amending Chapter 9.90 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code. This is granting citation authority to security guard personnel for violations of the San Bernardino Municipal Code on city property. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you. The staff report will be presented tonight by Daniel Hernandez, the Agency Director for Public Works, Operations, and Maintenance. Daniel.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and members of the City Council. Before you this evening is a recommendation is to read the title by title only, waive further reading, and introduce ordinance number MC 1596, amending Chapter 9.90 of the city's municipal code, granting citation authority to security guard personnel for violations of the municipal code on city property. Prior to taking action on the recommendation, I'll provide background and discussion on the recommendation. The current municipal code only allows certain security guard personnel, which is limited to off-duty, retired, or reserve police officers employed by either the Economic Development Agency of the city or by the Inland Valley Development Agency, the authority under the code to arrest and issue notices to appear for violations of the municipal code on specific city property, including the Carousel Mall and the Norton Air Force Base pursuant to paragraphs 1 and 10 of section 9.90.10. The Public Works Department oversees and administers the current security contract and seeks to grant citation authority to private security guards. Personnel is retained by the city to provide security services under the current contract with the city for violations of the municipal code on any property owned or leased by the city. Extending citation authority to contracted security personnel is intended to alleviate the burden on city departments who currently issue citations and notice to appear for violations of the municipal code, including but not limited to the code enforcement and police department. As such, the proposed ordinance adds a new paragraph to section 9.0.01 to grant security guard personnel the ability to issue citations and notice to appear for violation of the code occurring on any property owned or leased by the city. Lastly, there is no fiscal impact related to this recommended action, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Director Hernandez. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez. Councilman.
Thank you. Director Hernandez, does that include all properties? Does that include the water department?
If it is owned by the city, then it would be encompassed under this ordinance.
So is that a yes?
Unfortunately, I don't know in terms of the ownership of what the specific water, what the city owns relative to the water department. If it is a city-owned property, then it would be granted under this provision.
Okay, and what is our liability as now we're giving authority to security officers, security guards? Now we're giving them the authority to arrest under the municipal code. What is our liability? Is our liability insurance going up? Is maybe the director, Whitehorn, do we have to cover them liability-wise?
So under our current agreements, which is part of our city standard agreement, there is liability that the contractor signs into to limit the liability against the city. So they're taking on some of the liability, which is why they provide their insurance in the event that an incident happens. So they are taking on the liability as it relates to their interaction as security guard personnel.
Yeah, previously, before we empower them to arrest now. And then aren't we now the agent giving them the power to arrest?
Just under the municipal code. So they can extend beyond the municipal code. But our current agreement that we have with, for example, Redwood, if we to enact this ordinance and it moves forward, then they would have the authority to arrest and issue citations against the municipal code, but the city would still be protected under our current agreement with Redwood.
Liability-wise.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Okay, yes, Councilmember Ibarra.
Okay, so Redwood is the current security group that we have at Carousel Mall, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, when it says here that there's no fiscal impact, we have a lot of city property that needs to be secured. A lot. Art and Guthrie is one of them. I have an empty lot on 13th Street that also needs to be secured and hasn't been secured, for example. How is this not going to be impacting us fiscally when we have multiple properties out there that need to be secured?
So relative to the example of Redwood at the Carousel Mall, so the council's already taken an action to allocate the funds. Those have been encumbered. So the action here is just to give the authority to the current security company. Going forward in the future, if we were to expand services to additional security firms, the fiscal impact would be absorbed at that time. So this is not basically allowing any security firm. It's ones that are contracted by the city for a specific purpose.
Okay, so right now, we're just giving the security guards over at the Carousel Mall and IVDA, for example, the authority to arrest people, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. The intention would be to give them the authority, but not the obligation. So it's not like they're obligated to patrol every piece of city-owned property. They would simply be authorized to issue citations at those. And if in the future that it could be extended, we're evaluating now the possibility of doing some things for downtown San Bernardino through a property-based business improvement district. That's a possibility that, so it could be extended. We'll see. But the first step is to just give an added layer of authority and protection for city-owned properties. And yeah, the Carousel Mall is a shining example.
And is it okay to ask then about Redwood at this point or not? Because my concern is we're paying them top dollar to look at the Carousel Mall, but we're still having fires at the Carousel Mall. Are we allowed to ask those questions here?
That wouldn't be within the context, that wouldn't be within the subject matter of this agenda item.
Okay, because we're discussing about giving them the authority to arrest people at the Carousel Mall. I mean, I'm trying to see if there's a correlation.
An ordinance to authorize that authority. There's no notice to the public.
There's no correlation between those fires that we've had and their contract?
No, the answer is no.
Okay, that's all for me.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Councilman Charette. Is there a second?
Second.
By Councilman Sanchez. Final questions or comments? If not, members, please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-1 with Councilmember Ibarra voting in opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the portion of tonight's public hearing. I do have some announcements to make regarding this item number 8 in particular. The following is a quasi-judicial hearing under the rules afforded under resolution number 2018-88. The rules found under Section 6 under communication that members of the body may receive information relevant to the item through the communications with the applicant or the appellant, the public, or city staff members. I want to be clear that that is legal, it's allowed, and it's possibly, or it is potentially available to members, including myself. These communications are known as ex parte communications and are substantive oral or written communications concerning quasi-judicial matters that occur outside of the quasi-judicial hearing. Such communications raise due process concerns for the parties involved in the hearing. Consequently, when members of the body have had ex parte communications relevant to the quasi-judicial hearing, the member of the body shall disclose the communication and the substance of the information received at the beginning of the hearing. And then it goes on. So I have had conversations with both the appellant and the applicant, both Mr. Neil Derry and the original applicant. Mr. Derry is the appellant and the applicant is Mr. Mahmoudi, and I've had some conversations with both. And at this time, out of the abundance of caution, I will then turn it over to our Mayor Pro Tem to preside over this matter, item number 8. There is a specific script, Council Member, Mayor Pro Tem, you'll take over for item number 8, and I will conflict off of this. I'll hand over my script to you, sir, and I'll also encourage you to call the public when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Give me 1 second here. Well, being that any form of communication with either the applicant or any members of the appealing doesn't necessarily disqualify a council member from participating in this, there still is a requirement to poll the council members to see if any one of us has had any form of in-depth communication or conversations with either the applicant or the appellant. So at this time, if any council member has had any, Councilmember Sanchez, any conversations, any interactions with either the applicant or members?
I think I got a call from Neil Derry, the appellant. I didn't pick up. I didn't recognize the number. Left a message. I listened to the message. Didn't call him back.
Okay. Councilmember Ibarra.
No, but I did respond to an email from the appellant. I forwarded out to the city staff. I was requesting for a recorded easement agreement, which I never received from staff.
Councilmember Charette.
Yes, I've had conversations with both the applicant, the appellate, and the original applicant and his representatives. I've been in some neighborhood association meetings where the appellant was there lobbying those association members, and have been privy to a lot of emails back and forth from the appellant.
Councilmember Calvin.
I've received emails but have not responded.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes, I've entertained both the applicant and the appellant on this particular issue. Listened to both of their sides.
May I just ask for all of those who have had contact and discuss the matter substantively, would you be able to sit this evening and hear this appeal with an open mind based only on the evidence that's presented to you this evening?
I do.
And then myself, I have received the same emails that other council members have received. I haven't responded to any of them. I have received attempts for conversations, phone calls, but I have not returned any of those as well. And I feel that I can continue participating in this process as well. So at this point, I'll move on to the script.
Do I have to say, Madam City Attorney, that I received no donations from any one of them too?
You don't have to say that, but it's helpful.
Okay, there you go.
No donations.
I haven't had any. It's not too late, is it?
You would be in violation, sir, if you did, or any of us would at this point. Anyways, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to the this portion here. I'm not sure if there's any differences with what the mayor provided me here or this one, so I'll just read this one here. The following is a quasi-judicial hearing. I am opening the public hearing at 9:42 p.m. Any member of the public wishing to address this body on this item, please stand and raise your right hand, and I would direct the city clerk to please administer the oath to any person that desires to testify before this body on this item.
Can we have them approach the mics? That way we can.
Sure, please, if we can have all individuals wishing to speak on this item approach the microphones. Which microphone would you, either side, does it matter? Okay, either side, please.
Please turn on the mics.
Okay, if you could please raise your right hand. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this body will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, could we please receive a staff report on this item?
Yes, the staff report will be delivered by Dave Murray, City Planner. Dave.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Dave Murray again. If I could have the presentation, please, for item 8. No, this is not the presentation you were given a copy of.
Mayor Pro Tem, while we wait for that, I would just like to include for the record that both the applicant and the appellant have provided PowerPoint presentations, and there are copies available in the back for the public.
If anybody in the audience is wishing to obtain a copy, I think Cheryl in the back there would be able to provide you with a copy of those PowerPoint presentations as well.
So while we're waiting for the presentation to be pulled up, just to give you a little bit of background, this is an appeal of a Planning Commission approval of development permit P20-08 on behalf of Mr. Dino Derry. The project consists of the development of a 27-unit multifamily residential complex on a 2.38-acre undeveloped parcel located on the west side of North Sterling Avenue between East Marshall Boulevard and East Linwood Drive within the residential medium zone in the 4th Ward. As mentioned, the project site is currently undeveloped and is substantially surrounded by multifamily residential and office developments. Is located across the street from Sterling Park. Get to the slide here to show you the location. The site is bound on the west and south side by the existing Pine Ridge Villas condominium development. Per the development code, residential projects of 12 or more units directly abutting a residential a residential zone are permitted by right, subject to the approval of a development permit type P by the Planning Commission. The project site is located in the residential medium zone. Apologize for the presentation. Yeah, that's fine. So while we're still waiting, the proposed 27-unit, 2-story multifamily residential complex is consistent with the policies of the city's general plan and complies with the development standards of the development code for residential medium zone. The residential medium zone allows for a density of 12 residential dwelling units per acre, and the subject property, the proposed project is 2.38 acres and would allow a density of up to 28 residential dwellings, and therefore the proposed 27-unit is consistent with the property. Okay. I'll just go back here real quick. This is a view of the property looking from North Sterling Avenue, looking to the west. These are photos of the site. The picture on the left is perspective from the southeast corner of the project site, looking east, and the picture on the right is taken from the northeast corner of the project site, looking southwest. In both images, you can see the existing Pine Ridge Villas condominium development in the background, and as can be observed in the photo on the left, the project site is currently being used by the residents of Pine Ridge Villas for parking and refuse container storage. As I said, it's consistent with all the development standards, meets all of our requirements as a by right use. The proposed project consists of 5 semi-detached 2-story buildings on the undeveloped rectangular parcel. The main access is off of North Sterling Avenue on the right side of your screen, and there's an emergency secondary access located on the south side of the property. Also, it's difficult to see on the slide, but the proposed site plan includes a 13-foot widening of an improvement of the internal shared drive aisles on the west and south sides of the development. The proposed project is well-designed with a contemporary craftsman architectural style, compatible with surrounding developments, and each unit features private patios, balconies, and garages. Landscaping has been designed to provide tenants with 2 common outdoor open space areas and will feature a half basketball court, barbecue areas, concrete picnic areas, and a tot lot. It'll also provide new landscaping along the site frontage and within parking lots and common outdoor open spaces. And on July 12, 2022, staff presented and recommended approval of the development permit type P 20-08 to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted to approve the project by a vote of 4-3 and adopted resolution number 2022-038. Subsequently, on July 27th of this year, an application was filed by Mr. Neil Derry to appeal the Planning Commission's approval of the development permit. And I'm happy to go over Mr. Derry's grounds for appeal. If it pleases the City Council, I can continue going through those, or we can allow the appellant to speak and I can address his concerns at your pleasure.
So Mr. Derry will have an opportunity to speak and share his issues?
That's correct.
Okay, great.
Okay. So before we get to that, staff is, just as a matter of information, is recommending that you uphold Planning Commission's approval and finding and deny Mr. Derry's appeal. And like I said, staff is happy to address all of the concerns that Mr. Derry has raised in his appeal letter.
Could you please?
Sure. So Mr. Derry, in his letter, really points out 3 major issues and concerns. The first being Mr. Derry believes the proposed project is inconsistent with the existing surrounding multifamily residential that are located west, south, and east of the proposed project site because it's a for-rent project versus a privately owned development project. Staff's response to that is neither the municipal code nor the city standard conditions of approval require a development project to be for ownership only. The development is a by right use as a multiple family residential project in the appropriate zone that meets all required development standards. Second, Mr. Derry claims that the proposed development is not compatible with the original Pine Ridge Villas condominium development and violates the CC&Rs of parcel map number 6209, violates the reservation of reciprocal easements between parcel 1, which is the Pine Ridge Villas condominium development, and parcel 2, which is the proposed development that was approved by Planning Commission. And his concerns are related to access, ingress, egress, and drainage. He also states that the proposed project walls off and bifurcates parcel 2, the proposed project, from parcel 1, the existing condo development, and restricts the current use of parcel 2 for those ingress, egress issues. Staff's response to that is that we've carefully reviewed the CC&Rs, the covenants, conditions, and restrictions for the Pine Ridge Villas from 1980. And staff has determined that those conditions are only applicable to the existing Pine Ridge Villas development identified as parcel 1 in the recorded documents. The document provides language to allow the project site, referred to as parcel 2, in the recorded documents to be annexed into or opted into the Pine Ridge Villas CC&R within the first 3 years, which would have been 1983. Because the project site, parcel 2, was never annexed into the Pine Ridge Villas, the CC&Rs are not applicable. However, as stated, the applicant is honoring the reciprocal access for the shared private drive aisle by reserving a 13-foot wide reciprocal access along the west and south sides of the subject property for the benefit of the residents of the Pine Ridge Villas. The third item that Mr. Derry states is that the applicant has not demonstrated how the multifamily development will not isolate existing access, displace planned and existing parking, and eliminate 3 solid waste receptacles and access to 2 fire hydrants for the Pine Ridge Villas condominium development. Staff's response to that is First of all, looking at the isolation of existing access, the project site's been designed to provide ingress egress on North Sterling Avenue directly into the project with only a secondary access to adjacent to the Pine Ridge Villas property. It has internal circulation that supports itself. The secondary access is for emergency use only. Also, again, the 13 additional feet that the applicant is proposing on the exterior of his project benefits the Pine Ridge Villas residents directly. His second issue about displacement of planned and existing parking. So currently, areas along the western and southern property lines of the unimproved project area are currently being used by the residents of the adjacent Pine Ridge Villas for vehicle parking. And although this activity is currently trespassing on the project site, the applicant is again honoring the reciprocal access for the shared private drive aisle with that 13 additional feet that they're providing. The third item in this category, the elimination of existing waste receptacles. As with the current trespassing parking on the project site, the residents of the adjacent Pine Ridge Villas also currently use areas along the western and southern property lines of the private property for waste receptacle storage and service by Burtec. The applicant's representative for the proposed project contacted Burtec to inquire whether the proposed project would interfere with Pine Ridge Villas trash service. Burtec indicated that the proposed project would not interfere with that service. Additionally, city staff also contacted Burtec to inquire if the existing receptacles that are currently located on the project site can be relocated to the Pine Ridge Villas site, and if adequate trash services can be provided to the Pine Ridge Villas condo development. Burtec indicated that they met with a representative of the Pine Ridge Villas condo development and suggested alternative locations where those containers could be stored on their site or construct a new refuse enclosure. The representative from Burtec also indicated they're willing to, they have an option to get trash service 6 days a week if needed for that, so that the existing trash receptacles on the Pine Ridge Villas site could be picked up more frequently, so they don't need as many containers. And then finally, the claim for that the project is eliminating access to existing fire hydrants. The proposed project, the applicant reached out to San Bernardino County Fire, and they've reviewed the proposed project, and they recommended approval with conditions that are in the attached resolution. And as part of the proposed project, the applicant will be relocating the 2 existing fire hydrants that are currently located within the subject property, and they'll be located, outside of the proposed perimeter walls of the new development in order to continue providing the Pine Ridge Villas condo development full access to the 2 fire hydrants. Additionally, the project itself will provide 2 additional fire hydrants on site for that development. So that's staff's responses to Mr. Derry's primary concerns in his letter.
Thank you. At this time, we'll invite the applicant, if the applicant is present, along with the appellant, to provide evidence and testimony on the item. The applicant or appellant shall have a reasonable amount of time, not to exceed 15 minutes, to provide evidence and testimony. Ms. City Clerk, if we could have the 15 minutes up there, but I don't know if the applicant is present, or shall we? Okay, we'll start with the applicant, or do we start, Sonia? Do we start with the appellant or the applicant on this?
Go back to your resolution here. You have your rules of procedure, and it says here that you can either invite the applicant or the appellant. What we normally do would allow the appellant in this case. They're the ones who brought the appeal forward, and then we would give the applicant an opportunity to present.
Then we'll proceed in that manner. Mr. Derry, please. Yes, sir.
First, before my time starts, a point of clarification. The appellant will get 15 minutes, and how much time will the applicant get?
The same amount, 15
Same amount
minutes.
of time, okay. And I also need to clarify that in my conversations with the mayor specifically requested that I withdraw my appeal to the council at that meeting. I do not know why, other than he stated that there was a third party that was interested in that. So I wanted to make that clear for the record. And it's in the letter that you have already.
And the mayor, just for the record, the mayor is not present on this meeting as well.
That's correct.
And he did so because of that contact. Just so for the record, to be clear, since this is a quasi-judicial matter, my understanding is the mayor did disqualify himself from participating at the request of the appellant, or at least at the assertion of the appellant, even though we did not legally believe that he would have to do it. He did that in abundance of caution and based on our legal advice.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
I have a question for City Attorney, if I may, real quick. Ms. City Attorney, did the mayor ever mention to you if he got any donations from the appellant or the applicant?
He didn't volunteer that information, and I didn't ask. I limited my interactions to him based on the procedure set forth in the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
And again, the mayor's not participating on this hearing.
Can I be notified when my time starts so I can push my own button? Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't have to push my own button. Thank you, Mayor and Common Council. I appreciate the time to spend with you on this evening. Let me go over some numbers in the city of San Bernardino. Regional apartment rental metrics. Over 51% of all residential units or dwellings in San Bernardino are rentals. 48.6% are owner occupied. That's less than half. 54% of all San Bernardino residents are renters. That's the 27th highest in the nation. Our rentals grew from 2006 to 2018 by 6%. Every single apartment project in the city of San Bernardino started off wonderfully. Now they are the base of our crime problem, particularly in the Del Rosa neighborhood. Most notably, I'll bring up the Arden and Guthrie project, which you folks just solved 2 weeks ago after 25 years of trouble and struggle. I was there on the dais when we did it. I will skip over page 3 and page 4. Those are unnecessary. I will be in a hurry today because I have 15 minutes. The Pine Ridge Villas was developed in 1980s. It was Parcel 1 and Parcel 2. You'll notice on page 5, I've got those identified. The red is the Parcel 2. The parcels both were fully graded with elevations and compatible elevations. They both had existing access points, shared water and sewer were installed, current irrigation. Parcel 1 and 2 are burdened by reciprocal access and that benefits surrounding homeowners. This project is fully self-contained. Existing shared uses under reciprocal easement. Water access Parcel 1 to Parcel 2, including 2 fire hydrants with water provided by our project, Pine Ridge Villas. Irrigation lines from Parcel 2 to Parcel 1 with our meters on Sterling Avenue. Emergency access to Sterling, southeast corner. Secondary access Sterling, a maintenance construction entrance. Primary access to Parcel 2 via Parcel 1 from Linwood Drive, where the access was designed to be put in place. 2 trash receptacles originally placed by the city of San Bernardino. 1 receptacle for recycling placed by Burtec. 20 to 40 parking spaces since have been on Parcel 2 since that development existed, and we have sewer constructed. Appeals for ground 1 for appeal. The project is inconsistent with surrounding development. Currently, the project is surrounded by individually owned condos on 3 sides. It shares existing easements, access, road, fire suppression, parking, and services with existing Pine Ridge Villas condos. All original improvements are inclusive of the existing Pine Ridge Villas. The project violates existing reciprocal easements of use between Parcel 1 and Parcel 2. Between is a very important word. This project cannot be developed as an independent project without violating the Pine Ridge regulatory documents. Elimination of trash service. Pine Ridge Villas has contracted for trash service from the city since it opened. 2 of our facilities have operated by solid waste management for 3 decades on Parcel 2 by the city of San Bernardino under the reciprocal easement agreement. Receptacles were placed in the location, again, by the city of San Bernardino. They operate under the reciprocal easements since the 1980s, and are established prior right and prescriptive easement. The use is recognized and acknowledged by the city, Burtec, and Parcel 2 since the beginning. Without the staging area, trash service at Pine Ridge will be incredibly difficult, if not impossible. Operating under prior right, our reciprocal easement includes the use including enjoyment, access, ingress, egress, and drainage between the properties. The city staff says that the bins are trespass, but the bins were placed there by the city. The city, Burtec, and Pine Ridge Villas all accepted the location under existing reciprocal easement agreement between the parcels. No objection by the property owner, either the original author of the easement 40 years ago, or the current or prior owners have been raised. I will go to page 12. Relocation refuse service. Where? The facts are that we contacted Burtec. I spoke with the individual directly myself. His name is Armando Leon. He used to work for the city of San Bernardino. He told me there are no locations available on the Pine Ridge site for service due to truck turn radiuses are too small. They would block the main entrance and exit, fire lanes, and eliminate the only green space. There's also no way to make the service work by increasing the number of days that they service it. They currently service all 4 of our units 3 times a week. Parking. Currently, 20 to 40 vehicles park on Parcel 2. The city refers to this as trespass as well. This is false. The reciprocal easement allows this use. Reciprocal easement use without objection, and this has been without the objection of the Parcel 2 property owner for 40+ years. Prior right is established in the reciprocal easement use of parking. The irrigation lines. Currently, we have 2 irrigation lines that go from meters on Sterling across Parcel 2 to Parcel 1. The proposed project would cut off access to both lines in violation of the reciprocal easement agreement. Fire hydrants. Currently, there are 2 fire hydrants. They are shared fire hydrants between Parcel 1 and Parcel 2 under the reciprocal easement agreement. And the Pine Ridge Villas has paid for the water for those facilities since the project was built, over 40 years, under the reciprocal easement agreement. And those, by the way, exist on the site of Parcel 2. Maintenance and construction access road. There's a shared construction maintenance road. You can see on page 16, it's got the 3 dots. That's a shared usage between Parcel 1 and Parcel 2 via the reciprocal easement agreement. The original construction road for the project is still in use. It was never intended as a main entrance to the project, either Parcel 2 or Parcel 1, which is what's being suggested. CEQA. The project is not exempt from CEQA. The CEQA guideline section 15195 disqualifies a project from relying on the residential infill exemption because, quote, there is a reasonable possibility that the project will have a project-specific significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. I'm identifying those unusual circumstances with this presentation. Unusual circumstances also prohibit any exemption from CEQA in any place in the CEQA law. Sterling traffic safety. Sterling Avenue at this location is a traffic magnet. We have a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit that is ignored. There are no traffic counts or conditions have been included in the project determination. Ingress will be made primarily via left turn across oncoming traffic. No traffic control, center turn lane, or merging lanes exist or suggest to be built. It creates an additional unsafe situation for residents and neighbors, and no mitigation is proposed. Response to staff clarification 1, neither the city municipal code nor the city's standard conditions of approval require a development project to be for ownership only. The key is require. This is discretionary. The City Council can and should, as a matter of discretionary policy, regulate the number and type of exclusively rental projects in the city. You have that discretion. You should use it tonight. In response to the developer's comments, Mr. Derry is asking the City Council to take a position that is contrary to law. This is false. The city can mandate a development be privately owned individual units that are sold individually. It only guarantees that they will not be permanent rentals in one more rental apartment complex that can only be sold to another investor or slumlord. Response to staff clarification 2A. Parcel 2 was never annexed into the Pine Ridge Villas Homeowners Association. I've never made that claim. It's never been made because it's irrelevant. Our CC&Rs do not apply to Parcel 2, and we've never made that claim. All existing improvements on Parcel 2 related to Pine Ridge Villas are covered by the reciprocal easement agreement which exists. The reciprocal easements clearly state uses to be maintained between Parcel 1 and Parcel 2. Response to staff clarification 2B. This is page 22. Claim applicant has honored the reciprocal access under easement agreement. This statement is false. Map 6209 assigns reciprocal easements for use between Parcel 1 and Parcel 2, including enjoyment, access, ingress and egress, and drainage. This is established prior right use and prescriptive easement without objection for 40-plus years. The city has honored those established uses under contract for trash service and other services. And by the way, it's not for the city to determine the effects of private easements, particularly at the staff level. Staff clarification 3A, isolation of existing access. Staff ignores that it is access from Pine Ridge villas that will be improperly isolated from access. Staff refuses to explain how building a fence between the projects maintains use, enjoyment, access, ingress and egress, and drainage between the two parcels. Staff refuses to acknowledge existing utilities, access, or maintenance for Pine Ridge Villas facilities on Parcel 2. Parking on Parcel 2 is trespassing according to the city. This is a reciprocal easement allows for access and enjoyment and this use. The parking existed on Parcel 2 since 1980 without objection at any time. Prior right is established for that easement. Page 26. I will skip that for you. Page 27 is a copy of the reciprocal easement agreement that exists in map 6209. I will read what it says. It's very clear. Reciprocal easement verbiage. We hereby reserve to ourselves, our heirs, and assigns reciprocal easements of use between Parcel 1 and Parcel 2, including enjoyment, access, ingress and egress, and drainage. It does not say if we build a 13-foot lane that we have made our due diligence, done our due diligence related to access. Terminology, I will just use the word including. Including means to take in or compromise as part of a whole or group. It is not exclusive. In other words, when they use including in the easement access, it only means that these are direct. It does not exclude any other uses. That's being negotiated between the two parcel owners. This parcel should be developed. We do not oppose development. We need more housing in the city, but we don't need more rental apartments in this neighborhood. We need to provide continuity with the surrounding neighborhood. That's our ownership properties. Must be individually owned single unit, must negotiate a reciprocal easement with good faith with neighbors, not through the city government. It should not be imposed by a discretionary act by a city council or planning commission. The city is not an arbiter of private easement uses. It's established by the reciprocal easement agreement language, continuous use past and present, established prior rights and prescriptive easements, terms to be negotiated between the owners, not imposed by a third party. Unlawful taking, inverse condemnation. If the city approves this project today, it'll be guilty of both. Prior right explanation. We have a vested right that exists prior to these permits being requested. Prescriptive easement agreement, you can read, or prescriptive easement, you read that. Blighted parcel. Let's take one close look. It's irrelevant to discuss whether or not this parcel is blighted. It is not admissible, and it is irrelevant to the legal discussions we're having today. The weeds, illegal dumping, and litter are only evidence of the bad faith by the property owner. Proposed findings of fact. We have proposed findings of fact that we have presented to you to support the appeal. That includes the project is not exempt from CEQA and has not been properly reviewed. The proposed project fails to meet terms of existing reciprocal easement of parcel map 6209 for use between parcel 1 and parcel 2, including enjoyment, access, ingress, and egress, and drainage. The project violates existing easement rights and legal use of neighboring parcel for utilities, refuse service, parking, and access. Proposed project is incompatible with surrounded owner-occupied residential uses. The City Council finds that the current rate of rental residents of over 51% is unsustainable and that the proposed project would exacerbate the existing imbalance of rental and owner-occupied residents in the neighborhood. The project creates an unsafe traffic situation on Sterling Avenue that will contribute to accidents and injuries and cannot be mitigated. The project will eliminate or reduce existing city services on adjacent parcel and contribute to dumping in surrounding neighborhoods. The project will eliminate or reduce available parking in the neighborhood and contribute to on-street parking congestion. The city legally conditions any project, and you can do this, on this parcel be constructed as a private-owned individual unit development consistent with adjacent uses. I have only one other statement, and that's in relationship to the contact with Burtec. The letter that's in the documents the city provided where the applicant contacted Burtec did not address any specifics as to how the service would not be interrupted on our property. There's no way, physical way, to replace 3 dumpsters on our property and provide the service that is necessary to keep property from being dumped on the private streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Don't go too far at this. The public hearing procedures allows for the presiding officer to have council members ask any clarifying questions.
You want to wait for now until the...
if any council member has any questions to ask of the appellant, you'll be allowed a reasonable amount of time to answer any clarifying questions.
And I just want to remind council members, this is the time to ask questions, not to be argumentative, but if he said something that you don't understand, this would be the time to ask for clarification.
Correct.
I have one question.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Just wanted to see if the original property owners are here present tonight.
Original property owners from parcel 2?
Parcel 1 and parcel 2.
Well, that was done in 1980. Most likely they don't live, they're probably not alive anymore. So I really don't think that anybody can answer that question. But we do have people that have lived on the property since 2000, 2002, 2003.
The reason I ask is we have this reciprocal easement that you presented to us, thank you. And it specifies the heirs also of those properties. So I wanted to see if those owners or their heirs were available to touch on that.
The heirs would apply to anybody living on the property currently.
So that meant just Pine Ridge Villas, since that parcel 2 was a vacant lot the whole
Parcel
time.
2 and parcel 1, the reciprocal easement is between parcel 2 and parcel 1 according to the map. These are easements between to be used by both that cannot be bifurcated under that map. So whoever owns the property is automatically the heir on both sides. That's why this needs to be negotiated between the property owners, not imposed by the city.
Mr. Chair, this is exactly what we can't get into.
Yeah, these aren't
The appellant
clarifying
has had his
questions.
time to argue.
Right.
If there's a clarification of a fact, and you have a question about a fact, you're welcome to ask. If you had a question about something that he presented.
Yeah, this is more argumentative at this point, not clarifying. Yeah,
I thought I was clarifying, but okay, thank you.
Councilmember Campbell.
Well, you might have been clarifying, but he wasn't. He's arguing the issue, and there'll be time to do that. There'll be time for that discussion.
I think it was explanatory, but that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Derry, for your presentation. Do you know the percentage, or I don't know if you stated the percentage of renters in Pine Ridge Villas, or is everyone there a homeowner?
No, not everyone is a homeowner. It's about 50-50. The difference between that and a permanent apartment complex is that a permanent apartment complex will always be full rentals all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions from the council members? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to the applicant. I'll invite the applicant to provide any evidence or testimony on this item. The applicant shall have a reasonable amount of time, not to exceed 15 minutes, to provide any evidence and testimony.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, city staff. My name is Jason Annigan. I'm here on behalf of 3164 Sterling LLC, the property owner of this privately owned lot. And I had planned to put on a kind of a nifty PowerPoint presentation for you all tonight, but that apparently wasn't possible. So as I was sitting here trying to pivot from what I was intending to present to council tonight, I had some time to think. And when I was listening to all of the civic pride in the room earlier on during this meeting, you know, it really struck me that there's a lot of civic pride in the city of San Bernardino. And a lot of what we were listening to was talks of progress. We were talking about making new parks, cleaning up old parks, cleaning up graffiti, doing things that are progress for the city of San Bernardino. And so I think tonight the council has a chance to make a decision, and there's essentially two roads. One is progress, and one is the status quo. I would submit to council that the decision of the Planning Commission to approve this project was a vote for progress for the city of San Bernardino. And we've submitted my printout in hard copy to you all that really shows the juxtaposition between the status quo, what we see there right now. And the blight is important to talk about on that lot, because the status quo of Parcel 2 is that it's been a vacant lot for over 40 years. Now, the appellant, Mr. Derry, you know, if you say something enough times that it maybe it makes it so. Reciprocal easement, we heard a lot about that. What we have and what we had in the appeal that Mr. Derry filed, he mentioned that Parcel 2 is subject to the CC&Rs. He said it's subject to the CC&Rs. That was in 1980. And I commend city staff for the job they did, taking every one of Mr. Derry's bases for this appeal and illuminating very clearly in the staff report the reason why each basis is unsupported by law or fact. Now, looking at the PowerPoint that I had passed out to council, just on the second page, I want to go through a couple of highlight points of the project first, and then I'll address the issues of the appeal that Mr. Derry raised. First of all, looking at the second page that we had provided, you can see the landscaping along Sterling Avenue. That portion of Sterling Avenue is presently essentially either overgrown, vacant. It is, with all due respect, it's an eyesore. What you see in the proposed plans on this landscaping is drought-tolerant native plants planted along the parkway on Sterling Avenue. It looks very nice. So we have environmentally conscious landscaping. Again, progress. I'm going to use that word a lot because that's what this is. Renewable energy is also progress. Status quo, progress. Renewable energy, we have solar carports for the visitor parking at the proposed site. We have EV charging station for visitor parking. That rendering is shown on the first few pages. I think everyone can agree that what's being proposed as being developed there is not something that the city of San Bernardino wouldn't be proud of. So if we focus on the issues that Mr. Derry raised in his appeal, first of all, the CC&Rs. They referenced Parcel 2, and every extension between Parcel 1 and Parcel 2 was subject to parcel 2 being incorporated into the Pine Ridge Villas. That never occurred. They had a 3-year window to do it. 1983 came and went 40 years ago. This is now private property that is going to be, that has an owner that is willing to improve it, which is much different than apparently any other property owner of that lot over the last 40 years. And I understand there's been several, and there's been tax liens. There's been probably some unsavory owners of that property. The applicant is not one of those owners. Looking at the Pine Ridge Villas and the plans, and this is directly from the recorded CC&Rs. Pursuant to Article 17 of the Pine Ridge Villas, the subject parcel was never annexed and has always been maintained separate and apart from the Pine Ridge Villas. It's clearly in there. We've highlighted it, and we've shown an X on parcel 2. That parcel has not been incorporated. Now, we'll deal with the other issues that Mr. Derry raises, parking in particular. What we've heard Mr. Derry say, both in his written appeal and here tonight, is that there's going to be 25, 30, I don't know what the number of parking spaces are that are going to purportedly be affected by this development. But that's not accurate. If you look at our PowerPoint that we passed out, the residents of Pine Ridge, some of them, I guess, obviously there's garages there, obviously it's not all of them, but there's a number of cars that are parked on property that doesn't belong to them. It is trespassing by law. That's the definition. And there is no easement that says that the residents of Pine Ridge Villas get to park on property that doesn't belong to them. And point in fact, the CC&Rs of Pine Ridge Villas, I mean, it's somewhat ironic because it prohibits the exact parking that Mr. Derry's talking about, their own governing documents. Section 3.6 of the Pine Ridge Villas CC&Rs prohibits parking outside of a garage, carport, or assigned parking stall. That's it. Those are the 3 spots you can park a car at Pine Ridge. There's not a 4th one that says you can trespass on the neighboring lot and park it there. Now, what we've also seen in the pictures that we've submitted with our PowerPoint presentation that we passed out to council tonight is when he says that their trash is going to be affected, that's because there's 3 trash receptacles that have been essentially dumped on to property that doesn't belong to Pine Ridge Villas. Now, Mr. Derry talks about conversations that he had with somebody at Burtech. Burtech said this and Burtech said that. Well, we've got an email from Burtech. Mr. Derry didn't supply us with anything in writing from Burtech, just a bunch of hearsay about what this person at Burtech told him. Now, what that email says, and it's on the last portion of our PowerPoint, quote, "Your project will not interfere with the neighbor's services," close quote. And that's from the Burtech City SB admin at burtech.com email address. They've stated in no uncertain terms that Pine Ridge Villas can handle their own trash service. And I must commend city staff because they went the extra mile. They didn't take our email for it. They went and they contacted Burtech to confirm these things. We even see pictures of their trash receptacles. Ironically, they look empty. But I'm sure they get filled up. Burtech comes in there. They pick them up. And in terms of the space, a lot of where they're parking on this dirt that kind of is on or abutting the parcel 2 property that belongs to the applicant, that's going to actually be paved for the benefit of the Pine Ridge Villas. They're going to get 13 extra feet of driveway. They could put their receptacles there. They don't have that space now. They could put it there now, but they choose to put it on parcel 2. It doesn't belong to the Pine Ridge Villas. The other thing we see, unpermitted uses. A reciprocal easement, if it existed, doesn't allow you to do auto mechanic work on lot 2. These are the things that are happening on parcel 2. which incidentally, to the extent it's for a commercial purpose or the person's being paid, also violates the CCNRs of the Pine Ridge Villas. Mr. Derry's talked about fire hydrants. And notwithstanding the fact that city staff acknowledges that they've talked to the fire department, that the fire department has approved this, and that when the wall goes up between the two developments, the applicant's going to pay to have those fire hydrants removed and put onto the Pine Ridge side of the wall. So they will still have the exact same fire hydrants that they have now when the development is done. The only difference is there will be 2 additional fire hydrants on the applicant's property. So instead of having 2 fire hydrants for the whole area, we're going to have 4. We have a housing crisis in this state in particular and in the country as a whole. Mr. Derry takes issue with the fact that these are for rent properties. And he doesn't have a problem with development, he says, but he has a problem because these are rentals. Then ironically, when I think it was a very pointed question, how many rentals, what's the percentage of renters at Pine Ridge Villas? It's 50%. It's about the same that it is in the city as a whole if we adopt his statistics. Not everybody can afford to put 20% down and pay what's now 7% in rising interest rates. But those people, they might make $60,000, $75,000, $85,000 a year, but just be starting out. I just finished paying off my student loans recently, and I've been a lawyer for 23 years. So just because you make a little bit of money doesn't mean you have money to put down. But these people could be quality renters in a quality development that is not a blight on this city. It is nothing but progress. The Building Industry Association of Southern California submitted a letter to the council and to the mayor. And it says that the Building Industry Association of Southern California Baldy View chapter represents thousands of home building industry leaders. Each time a responsible city council approves a new residential development proposal, another step is taken towards addressing our housing shortage. We have a housing shortage. When we have an applicant like Mr. Mahmoudi step forward and come to San Bernardino and he wants to do good business here and he wants to build a beautiful project here, in the event that the council takes a different path, the status quo path that the Planning Commission elected not to take, if the council does that, I would submit that it sends the wrong message. I think that there's every point in the appeal was adequately addressed by city staff. So then it becomes, do we want status quo, which is right here, sofas and trash laid out on parcel 2, or do we want progress, which is this development that you all have had enough information from city staff and the applicant to ascertain just how nice of a quality project this will be. So we would respectfully request that the council deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. And before I close, I just want to address one issue, one additional issue that I don't think, Mr. Derry just says that he wants, staff has looked into this, and they say that it's exempt from CEQA. And Mr. Derry comes up here and says, no, it's not. Well, I think staff has looked into this sufficiently, and the fact that this is a less than 5-acre parcel exempts it from CEQA. So with that, I'll rest. If there's any questions that the council has, I'm more than happy to address them. We have some architects from our team here to address any technical questions that are beyond my bailiwick. So,
as before, this is again an opportunity for council members to ask clarifying questions of the applicant, and appropriate time will be provided for you to respond as well. Any council members have any questions for clarification? No? No? You do? No?
I just want to commend you for addressing the concerns raised by the members from Pine Ridge Villas.
This is just an opportunity for questions for clarification. There'll be an opportunity for other statements later in this hearing.
Okay.
This is just for clarification purposes. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed with, I believe, public comments at this time.
Thank you.
And there will be an opportunity for rebuttal as well later in the hearing as well. At this time, I'll invite members of the public to speak. I do have a few speakers here who have already been sworn in. Will be allowed, let's see, members of the public shall have a reasonable amount of time not to exceed 3 minutes to provide evidence and testimony as well. First speaker we have is Vince Laster, followed by Mellis Thompson, followed by Mike Hartley. First speaker, Vince Laster.
All right,
3 minutes, please.
I'm Vince Laster. I'm the president of Dr. NAG, which is the Del Rosa Neighborhood Action Group. We're opposed to the apartment building being built there. I think the city council needs to determine whether they want a forever renters or they want home ownership in the area. Dr. NAG is in favor of home ownership, so we're definitely opposed to the apartment building. We have concerns also with as far as the residents nearby, whether the apartment building would decrease their property values. So we still would much rather have home ownership in the area than an apartment building. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next we have, and my apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name, is it Mellis Thompson, followed by Mike Hartley?
It's you pronounced it correctly the first time, Mellis.
Mellis,
like
okay.
Wallace.
My apologies.
Yes, I've been living at Pine Ridge since 2003, and I've been working with the association, and currently I'm the president of the association. As far as the development of that parcel, we are not against developing it. We would support the construction of condominiums as a part of our existing community. So to say that it's been sitting there, that's not our fault. I bought this property in good faith. And so to say that it's not developed, I think it should be. But why not make it condominiums like it's already there, like it was intended originally? Understanding the piping. The piping from our parcel goes underground. It's the water, the sewage, water and sewage. It was one other thing. But it goes underground under this parcel to connect with the city. And I know this because we have been responsible for paying for it. We have to maintain that. Any problems come up with that, and we've had problems with it, but it's our responsibility to make sure it's maintained. The city doesn't go to the owner, they come to us. And so I don't understand how you can separate that parcel when it's connected to us. And you can sell that away when we are maintaining it. I am confused. So as far as development, like I said, we would love to have it developed, but we just would rather have condominiums as it was intended to be when it was certified at the beginning. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mike Hartley. Mr. Hartley, I have two speaker slips for you. I'm not sure if it's the
that's
same.
because somebody obviously forgot the first one on public comments, but that goes with the city.
Come back on the ninth.
I am going to be back on the 19th, I can guarantee you that, because I only would have got 90 seconds, and it took me 2 hours to come up with 3 minutes.
Yeah, and for this item, you will get two, or you'll have 3 minutes. So what I will do is I'll combine these two for the purpose of this item.
Just for the purpose of whatever.
Of this, okay. And then the final speaker will be Lynn Ware. Sir, you may proceed.
My problem with rentals is, I don't know where the attorney is from, but I don't think he's from San Bernardino. I grew up on the corner of Holly Vista and Golden Avenue. I watched all the apartments go up on Pomelo and Date. They were great. The Linwood apartments on Linwood had indoor, outdoor pools. They had a tennis court. Man, they were great. It destroyed, all these apartments destroyed the neighborhood. I think I'm getting a CCW just to drive down Pomelo and Date now. I think you all know I'm against rentals. And just like Mr. Derry said, they all start off great, and then they turn to crap. And then they don't care who they rent to. To me, if this thing does go through, there's got to be tight restrictions. No parking. Have you been to some of these apartment complexes? How about by Hospitality Lane, where both sides of the road are just nothing but cars? That's where they park them. Some of them aren't even tagged, but we don't have a code enforcement. And if you're going to add apartments, you have to add more code enforcement. Apartments, I had just talked to the chief this evening. Apartments, they're crime. If you want to look at crime, just look at the apartments. Every time I look at a murder, I'm on the north end now. And there's always a murder, and where it is right at an apartment complex. Now, I'm a landlord. I've got a rental. If anybody wants to see the rental, I'll be more than happy to show you the picture of what a rental should look like. My tenants have been with me for 15 years. But the rest of the renters I see in this town, not so much. When I look at apartment complexes, when he talks about beds and couches out on the street, Jesus Christ, that's San Bernardino. All of San Bernardino. That has nothing to do with just your picture. I can take you anywhere in San Bernardino and show you all that crap. We don't take care of our crap. That's the problem with the city of San Bernardino. And all your smooth talking don't mean crap. You must be from Orange County. You sure as hell ain't from San Bernardino. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, sir. Our final speaker is Lynn Ware.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Ware. I'm the president of the Muscogee Neighborhood Association and secretary of the Neighborhood Association Council. And I speak tonight representing the Neighborhood Association Council in Jeanette McCaig's absence. She wasn't able to be here tonight. We have some overarching concerns that relate to the project under appeal tonight, not specifically about the appeal. NAC would like to collaborate with the city to formulate a protocol within the planning department that would be embedded in the development code, whereby neighborhood associations must be notified early in the planning and permitting process of any proposed development projects that may have an impact on surrounding neighborhoods. In the recent past, there have been instances where such critical information was not received by the affected neighborhood residents in a timely manner that would have allowed the opportunity for engagement and input in the decision-making process. Too many times there has been a breakdown of communication and/or procedure with a failure to provide the required notification to impacted property owners and residents, either coming too late or not at all. In fact, we know of instances where residents who lived within the 500-foot perimeter of proposed projects who should have received notification never did. Examples include the TAD building impacting Muscogee and Blair Park neighborhoods, the Dollar General store impacting Shanton Hills and the Arrowhead neighborhood, Oxbow rubble pile affecting Vermont neighborhood, and now before you tonight is the appeal of a high-density apartment complex adjacent to the Pine Ridge Villas, which would potentially impact the Belvedere and Del Rosa neighborhoods. Working collaboratively as a community within our neighborhoods is essential. Our input is vital in establishing a good and productive working relationship for the community you serve. The outcome will be far superior when working in tandem. We put forth that the Neighborhood Association Council shall be notified of any proposed developments or projects that may impact a neighborhood, much in advance of permit approval. Our neighborhood associations would then be made aware of such proposed projects, affording them the opportunity to reach out with questions, concerns, and feedback. This is not a new idea. We are aware of other forward-thinking cities that are already doing this, for example, the city of Pasadena. It is our hope that we can implement this proposal and advance our city in a direction that works for everyone. We look forward to an opportunity in the near future to discuss this further with the city manager, Mr. Field, and with the community development director, Mr. Freeman. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll invite the appellant to provide any rebuttal evidence and testimony. The appellant shall have a reasonable amount of time, not to exceed 5 minutes, to provide rebuttal and evidence.
Can you read that again? I didn't hear the second portion of it.
So at this time, we'll allow you 5 minutes for any rebuttal evidence and testimony.
And that's the end of the show?
No, we will. There'll be other opportunities as well for. Well, as far as this, yes, this will be your last opportunity to provide any additional rebuttal evidence. There will be an opportunity for clarification questions from the council.
Will I be the final speaker?
This is his last opportunity to speak unless asked questions of by the council.
That's not my question. Is it my rebuttal or will there be two rebuttals? That's my question.
You have 5 minutes now. You can take it or you can sit down, and then the applicant will have its 5 minutes, and then they can take it or sit down.
I'll let the applicant go first.
You went first, so it's your turn.
Oh, he went first? I went first.
You went first, as I recall.
So you just, okay.
Would you like your 5 minutes, or would you like us to move on to the next speaker?
No, I'll take my 5 minutes. I'm just confused.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Yeah, that's what the mayor pretended. Well, no, we're going in this order. This is the order that was chosen, and this is how we proceed.
But he'll be able to come back to the podium if he doesn't use his 5 minutes?
No. There's a resolution. It was adopted. He's the one that provided it to the city clerk, and we're following the resolution.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to state for the record that nowhere in my appeal are CC&Rs mentioned because they weren't. They're irrelevant, as I made clear in my statement. The applicant makes no mention of the reciprocal easement agreement because he doesn't want to. This reciprocal easement agreement says, between the two parcels, we hereby reserve to ourselves, our heirs, and assigns reciprocal easements of use between Parcel 1 and Parcel 2, including enjoyment, access, ingress, and egress, and drainage. There's been no response from either staff or from the applicant on how they expect us to maintain our facilities, which include water and other facilities that service Parcel 1, Pine Ridge Villas, through Parcel 2, straight from Sterling Avenue. There's been no discussion other than to deny it that CEQA does not apply to this project based on the code that I gave you. It does not, or it is not, there is no exemption from CEQA for this project. It has too many problems, it has too many shared uses, it has reciprocal easement agreement in place. These are significant, unusual aspects that cannot be exempt, no matter what the size of the project is. I'm just going to go through what reciprocal means. Reciprocal means shared, felt, or shown by both sides. Between means between one and another. I already went through including. Enjoyment is possession and use. Access is permission, liberty, or ability to enter or approach or pass to and from a place. Ingress is the act of entering. Egress is the place or means of going out. I ask you how that is met with this project. Our access is denied. It's cut off between parcels. The ability for us to maintain our facilities is denied between parcels. This project is a violation of the reciprocal easement agreement and the use that we have had in place for 40 years. Now, we may disagree with that, with what the uses are. Those are to be handled between the property owners, not imposed by the city of San Bernardino as part of this process. You have the ability to set standards for projects within the city. We have plenty of projects, as was mentioned, apartments. I'm just going to mention Arden and Guthrie one more time. Everybody on this dais who remembers knows that Arden and Guthrie was one of the nicest projects in the city of San Bernardino in the 1970s. It took us almost 30 years to rectify the problems created there. All of the apartments around our apartment complex are problem areas now. Every single one, including the crime that they've brought. Mynisha Crenshaw was killed in one of those apartments. I hate to mention the name, but it's true. Our problem, and if you drive down Del Rosa, or down Sterling, or down Linwood, you will see the problems. We had a gang shooting, a multiple shooting, just down the street just a few years ago, where 8 people were shot. They're from the apartments. These apartments, when they were built, were wonderful places. I would have put my mom there. I wouldn't put my mom in any of these apartments now. It's only a matter of time before this project is built and eventually sold to some other property owner, probably from out of town, and it turns over to another operator who won't care what the city of San Bernardino needs. These are the issues that the Del Rosa Neighborhood Association has mentioned. The Belvedere Association is also opposed to this project on the record. You have a letter in your documents. The neighbors oppose this project. The citizens of the 4th Ward oppose this project. I know, I served them as a councilman for 7 years. They do not want another apartment complex in this city. We do not need another apartment complex in this city. There is plenty of space to build a condos on that facility that will meet the needs and the housing needs of the community without building more apartments. There are places in the city where apartments make sense. This is not one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'll invite council members to ask their final questions of the appellant. Councilmember.
I'm just waiting until you finish, sir.
Okay, so let me just finish this real quick.
Yeah.
At this point, the council members may ask clarifying questions of the appellant, and the appellant will have appropriate time to respond. Councilmember Alexander.
Thank you, sir. You keep mentioning the prescriptive easement agreement.
Reciprocal easement agreement.
You got that on paper somewhere?
Yeah, it's in your document, page, what I provided you.
And does that transfer to new owners, city attorney? Does that transfer to new owners?
Usually a reciprocal easement is recorded against the property.
Right.
It is.
And is a civil document that's enforceable by the private property owners that own those properties.
So does the agreement by the new owner, do they have to abide by that agreement?
If there's a reciprocal easement filed on the property, both property owners need to honor that reciprocal easement and the terms of that easement. I think what the issue is and what's presented to you is who's going to be the arbiter of that reciprocal easement agreement. What I'm hearing is that we're having an appellant who's asking you to make a determination that's in these private documents between these two property owners. That, in my opinion, is not your role unless those documents say thou shalt not build residential, property, or this reciprocal easement will not be a benefit to residential property. If it said that, my advice to you would be that's pretty clear cut that the property can't be used for this purpose. But I think staff has addressed that issue in their staff report and has done a very thorough job in the staff report in addressing those issues.
I have to disagree.
Well, hold on, Charlie. Hold on, Mr. Derry. So, City Attorney, what is your, can I ask?
Yeah, I'm not going to opine on the reciprocal easement because that's not my role. The role tonight for the City Council is to look at what the Planning Commission did with respect to one thing, the development permit. That's the only item before the city council. It's the development permit. What you are asked to do as part of this process is to review the findings made by the Planning Commission as required by the municipal code. It sets forth the findings that the Planning Commission was legally required to make. That is your job. Did the Planning Commission properly make those findings or not? There's a lot of other evidence, and I understand the passion, I understand the issues that are being brought before you. But we need to focus, because you're not sitting as a legislative body here, just like what you think and how you feel. I've reminded you about this before. You're sort of sitting in this quasi-judicial role. You are sitting as the collective judge. And your issues to judge are not to judge whether the reciprocal easement's being properly done or not. Here's what you're to judge tonight. Did staff make the proper recommendation as to CEQA and the exemption? And did the Planning Commission agree? And did the staff make the proper recommendations as to the findings for the development permit? And do you agree with that or not? That's what is before you this evening.
Thank you.
So I will redirect council members to please,
Clarification.
if there are any clarification questions of the appellant.
Clarification. The city staff, by making the recommendation they have, is imposing their interpretation of the reciprocal easement agreement on the Pine Ridge Villas. So that is what is occurring here. We're not trying to impose what the reciprocal easement agreement is. We're not trying to get the city council to determine what it is. That is the applicant that is doing that, and that is the city staff that is agreeing with them. We are simply saying the reciprocal easement agreement is being violated by the imposition that staff has put on us by only giving us a 13-foot little piece of right-of-way that's paved. That's all that's being offered here. That does not meet the reciprocal easement agreement that exists that you've got before you. Access is denied for the rest of the property. Ingress and egress is denied. The utilities that we use on site between parcels is denied. The ability to repair anything on parcel 2 is denied. Our reciprocal easement agreement is being imposed by the city and by the applicant against Pine Ridge Villas and our reciprocal easement agreement. So I think it's a little bit reversed. We're not trying to say the reciprocal easement agreement grants us anything. We're saying, and we're not saying the city should grant us anything. What we're saying is it's between us and the applicant to make those determinations privately. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have any final clarifying, again, emphasizing clarifying questions about what has been presented, about the evidence and testimony that has been presented? Hearing none, we will now invite the applicant to provide a 5-minute rebuttal of evidence and testimony.
Thank you again, council, city staff. The issue of apartments versus privately owned, it's really a distinction without a difference. And I know it's funny, Mr. Derry, but I afforded you the courtesy of allowing you to speak. I'd appreciate it if you could allow me the same courtesy. So, Mr. Derry conceded that Pine Ridge Villas has, I think he said, approximately 50% renters. Now, I don't know exactly how many units are in Pine Ridge Villas. 58. Thank you. So we're going to divide that number by 2. It's about the same number of renters that are going to be at the applicant's 27-unit apartment complex. A little more renters at Pine Ridge than at the applicant's parcel. We've got 27. If we doubled that, that's 54. That's about all the math I can do. So another part of the appeal was that it's not consistent with the area because it's a rental. Well, looking along Linwood Drive, and if you look at the map of Pine Ridge Villas, all along the western property and up around the northern property line are rental apartments. So there already exists way more than 27 units all around Pine Ridge already. So it is a consistent use. and it's a matter of right that this privately owned parcel can be built as apartments, as the city staff has adeptly put forth. Now, I think, Councilmember Alexander, you were on to something when you asked a question of Mr. Derry. You said, where is this reciprocal easement agreement? We heard it many times. And he said it's on, he has it right here. He says reciprocal easement agreement. I think Councilmember Ibarra had indicated that when there were disclosures being made about contacts, that she received an email, and if I'm getting this wrong, forgive me, but I thought I heard you say that you had received an email from the appellant, Mr. Derry, asking for a copy of the reciprocal easement agreement, and that you sent an email to the city attorney or city staff, and you didn't get anything in response. So apparently he doesn't have the reciprocal easement agreement. We hear a lot about it, but we haven't seen this agreement. And if you pull a title report, it's not referenced on title. You know what comes up on title? The only thing is the CC&Rs, because they were recorded back in 1982, or 80, I'm sorry, October of 1980. And we already know that those CC&Rs are no longer applicable by their very express terms because they did not have an express declaration within 3 years to incorporate Parcel 2 into the Pine Ridge Villas. They didn't do it. It never happened. But nevertheless, city staff said, Mr. Mahmoudi of 3164 Sterling LLC is nevertheless giving this 13-foot wide paved drive that doesn't presently exist. They're going to have more space to drive their cars as opposed to less. They won't have to park on dirt. They won't have to park on property that's not theirs. Because, point in fact, Mr. Mahmoudi, he's been a good neighbor thus far. He could very easily, during this period of time where we're going through these approval processes, he could put a fence up. That's his right. It's his property. He could put a fence up. Nobody parks there. It's not their place to park on. To the extent that a reciprocal easement agreement even existed, this is an issue between private property owners. It's not under the purview of the city council to dictate what goes on between private property owners. The Planning Commission got it right. They made substantial findings of fact for all the reasons why this development is legal, permissible, beneficial, and checks all the boxes that need to be checked. There are conditions of approval that we will comply with. With that, I'll invite any questions. I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Once again, I'll invite council members if they have any clarifying questions of the applicant.
Thank you.
Of any information, evidence, or testimony that he's presented, if you have anything that wasn't clear that you needed some clarification about, this would be the appropriate time to ask that.
If I'm allowed, you were here earlier and you saw also we had residents who couldn't find affordable housing within our city. What are the costs, approximate costs for the rental units you're building?
I don't believe
Can we ask that?
I don't believe that was provided.
Okay.
That wasn't provided during the testimony, and we will have an opportunity to have a discussion about this once we close the hearing. Any other council members have?
Well, he mentioned housing crisis, how we're going to address it by building more apartments. So I just want to make sure.
And we will have an opportunity to have a discussion.
Housing. Okay.
And as
And if I may, Chair, I just want to clarify. So just for the council's benefit, what we were presented is the appellant's information, which was presented to you. On page 26, there's a blow-up of a recorded reciprocal easement, as that's what he calls it. And then there is, he's represented the verbiage on the next page. But I just want to make clear with staff and the council, have we ever received anything in addition to this? Do we have an actual signed reciprocal easement agreement, or is it just this verbiage that we have in the record?
It's just that recorded map. That's a box on the recorded map. And we've received the CC&Rs that further expand on some of the easements, but nothing specific about a specific location or the reciprocal parking or reciprocal easement or anything. So that's it, just to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions from the council members? Hearing, sir.
That point, is this then, doesn't really mean anything?
It gets rather complicated as I've looked here at staff and what they have in historical documents and references to CC&Rs. Clearly on the parcel map, there was a reservation. What we often see on the parcel maps are references to other documents. So it might say there'll be an easement for these purposes. And then we might actually see the easement recorded against the property, and easements could be 5 pages. In my experience in land use matters, reciprocal easements can be complicated, and they're often several pages long because they need to tell us specifically what they're for, how they're going to work, exactly where they're recorded on the map, so we know. Sometimes you'll see a reciprocal parking easement. We need to know exactly where that parking lot is going to be that both properties are sharing. It would be nice to know exactly where the drainage access was supposed to be. But I did talk with our Public Works Director, and he says that as they refine the site plan and get into actual construction, that they will, of course, protect the property or any easements that are necessary for the utilities.
For underground utilities or plumbing or whatever might be underground, that will have to be dealt with.
Correct.
Somewhere during the development.
Yes.
But again, since we're looking at evidence, and I'm supposed to be looking strictly at evidence, this is probably not enough evidence to just accept as a reciprocal agreement.
I don't think it's enough.
That's in perpetuity on this, attached to this property.
I don't think this is enough evidence to tell the city council that they don't have the right to approve a permit that allows development on the adjacent property.
Thank you.
Any other questions on testimony or evidence presented? Seeing none.
Thank you.
I will now be closing the public hearing at 11:05 p.m. for deliberation and action. Do we have a motion?
I will move that we deny the appeal.
Motion by Councilmember Charette to deny the appeal. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Sanchez. At this point, I invite council members to discuss the motion. If there's no desired discussion or after the discussion has ended, we will then announce that the body will vote on the motion. If there has been no discussion or only brief discussion, the vote should proceed immediately. If there has been substantial discussion, I'll ask the clerk to read the motion before the vote is taken. So at this point, this, council members, is now the opportunity and time for deliberation. Any council members wishing to speak? Councilmember Charette.
Thank you. It is in the 4th Ward. I have some issues. Again, I want to be sure that I'm handling this properly, that I'm not argumentative, and I have some concerns about things that have been said here tonight. I don't know if now is the time to debate them. One minor thing is that the applicant says that the Pine Ridge or this development is surrounded by condominiums on 3 sides. That's not correct. It's surrounded on 2 sides. There is another apartment complex that is gated just north on Marshall that I am not. I wish the police chief was here. I'd like to know what the calls for service are there. I don't think that from what I understand of that general area, is a real serious problem with crime. Yes, south of there, down on Linwood and some of those apartments. And I couldn't agree more that we want to promote homeownership. Absolutely want to promote homeownership. And I would bet you that most of the people that are renting would like to promote homeownership for themselves, but may not be in a position to do that. Apartments are not bad in and of themselves. It's the management of those apartments or those complexes. I don't care if it's a liquor store, an apartment, or anything else. I've said it many, many times from the dais here. We want we want new, we want well-managed, we want upgraded. It's my understanding, and this is hearsay, but it's my understanding that there was maybe even someone from Pine Ridge that spoke at the Planning Commission. Again, this is secondhand and hearsay, but that said, I'm not sure I should be saying this, but I don't want these apartments built here because they're going to be a lot nicer than Pine Ridge. And from what I can see, I think Pine Ridge is, what, 40 or 50 years old. These are brand new with new landscaping along. If you look at the aerial, right across the street is a green belt, and across the street from the green belt will be nice new landscaping. There's still a corner lot that's problematic that I'd like to see something done with someday there. It's relatively small. I don't think you're going to put a single-family house there, and I don't know what kind of a commercial or a building could be put on there. But it's a former gas station. Those are becoming dinosaurs and things of the past. So maybe it'll be a charging station. Who knows? But again, people choose to rent and not own and not have the responsibility of ownership. Sometimes it's because of economic reasons. Sometimes it's because it's just what they want. They don't want to have to deal with the maintenance, and they choose to rent. And I think we should be providing good quality apartments and condominiums and townhouses and single-family housing for a variety of people so that it's available. But again, I stress that apartments, yes, they're new, they're pretty, they're built, they're all landscaped. And if we as a city, with, as Mr. Hartley said, don't have code enforcement and don't hold the owner's feet to the fire and get on them the minute we see a problem, then that's our problem, in my opinion. We need to be making sure that we are holding people to the standards that we want in this city. And I, being a lifelong resident, have seen this city go from a great community to, admittedly, it has gone down. But I believe that we're on an upswing, and I believe that we're coming back, and we want development, and we want to send the right message to builders and developers. You go to Rancho Cucamonga, and I think there's quite a few apartments over there, and I think they're all rentals. I don't know that they're owned. So I support single-family housing. I support ownership. There's no doubt about that. But there are some people that don't want to do that. So I do have some concerns about some mitigation, and I don't know when we go about that, if that's to be done here through asking a developer if they can do this or do that or whatever. Okay, it's not. So that would have to come at a later date. We're just determining whether or not the findings of fact by the staff and the Planning Commission are accurate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so, and from what I can tell, our staff has done their due diligence and done their homework and have come back. I like the term trust but verify, and I trust our staff, but we do want to verify that things are being done appropriately and to the highest standards that we can possibly achieve and possibly demand. So that's my reason for approving this, although I'm sure I'll take a lot of heat from Fourth Ward constituents, but that's why we get paid the big bucks up here. Oh, that's another subject, I think, later. But anyway, that's my position, and so I'm actually pleased to approve this and intend to work with the developer as they move forward to mitigate some of the concerns that the public has. I understand that it's not going to be flipped. It's going to be built and continued. I understand there's going to be some on-site management, living on-site. It's gated. It's a pretty nice project. I think the rent's going to be actually fairly high. So it isn't going to just be bringing in people that maybe a lot of us, we don't want to use some terms. So I think everyone understands what I'm saying. But the rent is going to be, I think, fairly significant. So again, those are my comments, and I'm happy to hear from my colleagues.
Okay. Councilmember Calvin, followed by Councilmember Ibarra. And I'm not sure if Councilmember Alexandra, you had any questions, but. Okay. Councilmember Calvin.
Yes, thank you, both of you who have presented to us tonight. We truly appreciate it, and definitely can hear the concerns of the folks that live in the Pine Ridge Villas. Totally understand. Nevertheless, when we look at the RENA numbers, and those are numbers that tell us how many housing, how many rooftops that we actually need in order to provide housing for the folks who do not have them in this city, it is almost impossible for us to be able to deny building any housing in this city. We must. We cannot address our homeless situation without continuing to build housing, and that's all types of housing, single family as well as market rate apartments and affordable housing as well. We must. It's very difficult for me when we do have to establish some policies in our city so that we can take care of the folks that are property owners that do not abide by our code enforcement rules and laws, by allowing folks to live in properties that are not being taken care of, that is deemed as a slumlord. And I believe that this council is addressing issues within our city, and that we are determining those facts, that we are not going to allow people to continue to be slumlords. So I hope that everybody that wants to come to our city to build housing of all types, fully understand that this is a place and time for us, that we are not going to continue to be the city that allows that. With that being understood, we definitely have to continue to build housing in order to make sure that, in order to take care of our homeless solution, our homeless problems, the solution is to continue to build housing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra.
I just want to let the residents of Pine Ridge Villas know, whether we approve or deny your appeal, the property owner is a private property owner. For all we know, they could put up a fence tomorrow if they wanted to. So it's going to be a hard call. I love the presentation before us about the apartments. I hear your concerns, Pine Ridge Villas. Very crowded situation. I myself have a lot of apartments in my ward as well, and I know the problems you're all mentioning because I have them as well. High crime, a lot of traffic in our streets. Also, the sewer is a big problem in the second ward. So I hear your concerns, but just know that whatever decision we make, the property owner is going to decide what they're going to do after today. If they want to put a fence, it's a legal right that they have to put up a fence. And so I just hope that we can come up with a middle ground for both the HOA that's already there and the new ones, the new apartments are coming up, so that you can all enjoy the environment in that surrounding neighborhood and not bring out more crime. And like we mentioned earlier, we're trying to address the slumlords in our city, so that hopefully that will not be a problem soon in our city, because we're trying to address those landlords that are absent and not taking care of their properties. So I'll just leave that to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alexander, please.
Thank you. I appreciate both of you making your comments and bringing forth your issues, and I received those issues. I have one thing, I am pro-home ownership. My councilmate here has stated that the arena numbers, and if you guys don't know, that's numbers that is handed down by the state that every city must build. We have over 8,100 that the city of San Bernardino is responsible for. And we are not nearly that close, and that number changes every time there's a different evolution. I believe we're on our 6th evolution, and it's 8,100. We have to provide housing for all types of residents. It is incumbent upon us to do such. But with that being said, if we have a problem with apartments, we have created all sorts of task force. We got cannabis task force with code enforcement. Well, there's nothing said that the city manager or we can't create an apartment task force with code enforcement and get it before it turns bad. Because the problem is we wait too long and then it turns into an eyesore. Well, let's be ahead of the game. Let's create it before, or create it now that we have all these code enforcement officers, and create one now because we've created one for everything else. And no one's writing anything down. Substandard apartments would not be tolerated. We'll be watching you, sir. Homeownership is important, it's vital, but I do have a question for on this charging station, these covered parking solar panels, is that true? Is that going to happen? I'm asking him a question.
That's correct.
Who can I ask a question to? Okay, staff. Are these covered charging stations going to happen? Because I didn't see that in the original plans.
Yes, the property owner is committed to that.
They're going to do that?
Yes.
And the EV charging stations too?
Yes, that's a requirement by the building code now, anyway, the EV-ready stations.
But the covered is going to happen?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. Any other council members wishing to speak for deliberation at this time? Hearing none, I will say, not as a condition to this project, but Mr. Keisha, through the city manager's office, if I may, I would welcome a stop sign study on Marshall and Sterling. I'm not sure if one has ever been done, but it looks like there's a school crossing there in that area. There's a two-way stop, but not a four-way stop. So I would certainly welcome a stop sign study there. Not that it's a condition of this project, whether it moves forward or not, but I would certainly welcome one for that intersection.
And if I may, I'd like to remind everybody that my colleague to the right made himself the stop sign expert. And so if he's asking for a stop sign, we need to be looking at it.
Thank you, sir. I do remember saying that. If there are no other questions, I will ask the city clerk to please read the motion before the vote is taken.
There is a motion by Councilmember Charette, seconded by Councilmember Sanchez, to approve staff's recommendation, which is, it is recommended that the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California adopt resolution number 2022-206 of the mayor and the city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, denying appeal 22-02, thereby upholding the planning commission's findings, the project categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act, and approval of development permit type P20-08, allowing the development and establishment of a 27-unit multifamily residential complex on a parcel containing approximately 2.3 acres located on the west side of North Sterling Avenue between East Marshall Boulevard and East Linwood Drive within the residential medium zone.
That being said, we'll go ahead and proceed to the vote. We do have a motion and a second.
Motion passes 5-1 with Councilmember Ibarra voting in opposition.
Thank you. At this time, I will seek the advice of the council. If you'd like to take maybe a 5-minute break or keep moving forward, I will. Do you all want to push forward or take a quick 5-minute break? All right, we'll go ahead and keep moving forward, it seems like. I don't know if the mayor is still here. Do you want to take on Councilmember Charette? If somebody wants to message him or see if he's still here or if he wants to come back.
I've messaged him, letting him know it's over.
These are our public hearings? Okay, we'll move on to item number 9. There he is.
Okay, this is item number 9. This is a public hearing on proceedings to form proposed Community Facilities District 2022-1. The recommendation is there before you. I do have a script, so please bear with me. The public hearing to consider formation of the proceedings and elections for Community Facility District number 2022-1 is now open. Do any council members wish to receive the report from staff? Hearing none, do any members of the council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments? Hearing none, we will now receive comment from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on the matter. Are there any members of the audience wishing to speak or address on this matter? Hearing none, Ms. City Clerk. Has the city clerk received written protests?
I have received 0 written protests.
Are there any persons registered to vote within Community Facilities District 2022-1? If so, how many registered voters are there?
The County of San Bernardino Registrar of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within Community Facilities District number 2022-1.
Okay, very, very good. The time being 11:24 p.m., I now hereby close the session. I have a motion. May I please have an resolution to adopt Resolution 2022-216 of the Mayor and City Council? Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Charette. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Sanchez. And the resolution of 2022-2017 and 2022-2018. Ms. City Clerk, would you please conduct now the special election and announce the results?
To take a voice vote for these resolutions. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I would now entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2022-2019 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino declaring the results of the consolidated special elections within Community Facility District number 2022-1. I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading of the reading and introduce only the ordinance number MC-1599 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, acting as a legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2022-1, authorizing the levying of special taxes in such Community Facilities District.
Move it.
Mayor, we have to go back a step, so I have to read, all ballots have been cast in connection with the election for Community Facilities District number 2022-1, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for Community Facilities District number 2022-1. And now you would ask for a vote for resolution number 2022-219 before the motion on the ordinance.
Okay. Would you like to call a roll call?
The motion for, we need a motion for resolution 219.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Members, if you want to cast your votes or roll call.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I believe we've concluded that item. Is that right, number 10?
We're on the ordinance now. 1599.
Item number 11? Or are we still on 10?
It's item 9. We need a motion for ordinance MC 1599.
Okay, bear with me, please. Okay, I'd entertain a motion for 2022-219. Is that right? Or the ordinance MC 1599?
For ordinance MC 1599.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only. Well, I've already read this, but okay, we'll do it again. Ordinance number MC 1599 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District 2021-1, authorizing the levy of special taxes in such community facilities district.
Move to approve.
Moved by Charette.
Second.
Second by Alexander.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilmember Charette. Yes. Councilmember Kelvin.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We're now on number 10.
All right, this is item number 10. This is a public hearing on proceedings to form the proposed Community Facilities District number 2022-2 POM. The recommendation is there before you. The public hearing now is to consider the formation proceedings and elections for Community Facilities District number 2022-2, and it is now open at approximately 11:29 p.m. Do any council members wish to receive the staff report? Hearing none and seeing none, do any members of the council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments? We will now then receive the comments from any persons in the audience wishing to address the city council and who wish to speak on the matter. Each person may address the city council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Are there any members of the public? So item number 11, Mr. Penman is the only speaker slip, and he is no longer here, so we'll go ahead and move on without him. Ms. City Clerk, do you have any other speaker slips?
No, I do not.
Okay, has the city clerk received any written protests?
I have received 0 written protests.
Are there any persons registered to vote within the Community Facilities District number 2022-2? If so, how many registered voters?
The County of San Bernardino Register of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within the Community Facilities District number 2022-2.
Okay, very well. I now declare the hearing closed, the time being approximately 11:31 p.m. May I please have a motion to adopt the following resolutions? Resolution number 2022-212. Is there a motion?
Move it.
By Charette. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ibarra. Members, cast your votes.
The motion is to adopt all 3 resolutions, 212 through 214.
Okay. Is that your pleasure, Mr. Charette, Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Very good.
Affirm.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Affirm, all right. City Clerk, will you now please conduct the special election and announce the results?
Councilmember Sanchez, your vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilmember Charette.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynos, I'm sorry, he's absent. Councilmember Kelvin.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. I would now entertain a motion to approve the resolution of 2022-215.
Mayor, you're jumping ahead. I have to read. All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for Community Facilities District number 2022-2, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for Community Facilities District number 2022-2.
Great. I'd now entertain a motion to approve the resolution 2022-215 of the Mayor and City Council. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Charette, Second?
I'll second.
Second by Sanchez.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I now ask for a motion to waive the further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number MC 1598. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'll move it. Second.
By Charette and Figueroa.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, very good. This is, let's move on to the new item. This is item number 11, ordinance adjusting the salary and benefits for the position of city council members. This is found on packet page 513 of our packet material. The time is approximately 11:33 p.m., and I now open the public hearing at said time. Could I please get a staff report?
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So on September 21st, an ordinance adjusting the salary and benefits for the position of City Council member was brought forth as a public hearing item. It was decided that the item would be brought back for consideration after all bargaining units had entered into their respective labor agreements with the city. The final labor agreement has not yet been executed. However, this item is being brought back earlier than anticipated to allow you the opportunity to adopt an ordinance before the commencement of the next general election term. Per the city charter, salary updates would become effective on the date of the commencement of the terms of council members elected at the next regular election, which means changes to salaries would have to be adopted by ordinance before November 8th, 2022, in order for them to be in effect by November 2022. So if an adoption of the ordinance occurs after November 8th, then the salary updates would not be effective until November 2024. There are 3 meetings left. We have tonight, October 19th, and November 2nd to accomplish both introduction and adoption of an ordinance in that time. I know at the previous council meeting, there were questions regarding the stipend per meeting provision recommended by the commission. It's staff's understanding that the intent of this item was to pay a stipend of $125 per meeting to council members who are appointed by the mayor to a designated board, and only for meetings that are not already compensated. In an attempt to create clear language and establish guardrails as to what the stipend per meeting entails, staff is recommending altering recommendation D to read as follows. Having been appointed by the mayor to a designated board, such as, but not limited to, the Inland Valley Development Agency, San Bernardino International Airport Authority, Omnitrans Board of Directors, San Bernardino County Transit Authority, an Interagency Council on Homelessness, $125 per meeting when acting as an official city council representative outside of regular city council meetings, standings, and ad hoc subcommittee meetings, and only for meetings that are not already compensated. So in essence, a council member would only be eligible for the stipend when they're appointed to a designated board that does not already compensate their members. This stipend would not apply to standing committee or ad hoc subcommittee meetings. So I know this item was presented last time, so please let me know if you want to go through the recommendations of the commission this time around.
Okay, thank you. The matter is before the council. Council, what's your pleasure?
Yes, we're going to be briefed in closed session after this public meeting on the last bargaining group and the negotiations going on there. So I do appreciate that the council brought this forward, but we're not in a place yet that I can confirm. So I will push that staff bring this very item back at the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
That's his motion. Is there support?
I'll second.
Second. All right, members, cast your votes to move the item to be continued. Cast your votes, please.
To the next meeting. So when's that next meeting?
October 19th.
So the regularly scheduled council
Yes,
meeting, October 19th.
October 19th. Cast your votes, members.
Do we have an item, do we have discussion?
Sure.
Genevieve, thank you for your report. I appreciate it. Could you please advise the council how much time they have again?
We have 3 meetings to get through More? Sorry. This is my issue every time. Okay. So we only have 3 meetings left. And so we have to introduce it and approve it before November 8th. So if we push it any longer, I mean, we're going to be backing right up to that November 8th election day.
Okay, thank you. Members, cast your votes.
Councilmember Calvin, waiting on your vote. Motion passes to continue.
The item passes, and we'll continue the matter to October 19th. Thank you. Let's move on to number 12. This is a public hearing on annexation number 24 to the Community Facilities District number 2019-1. The matter is there before you. The public hearing is now to consider annexation proceedings and elections for the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1. And the hearing is now open. Do any council members wish to hear the staff report? Do any members of the council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments? Hearing none, we will now receive comments, protests, and questions from any persons in the audience who now wish to speak and address the City Council. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Are there any members of the public in the audience today wishing to address or speak to the City Council? Okay, Ms. City Clerk, have we received any written protests?
I have received 0 written protests.
Okay. Are there any persons registered to vote within annexation number 24 of the Community Facilities District 2019-1? If so, how many registered voters are there?
The County of San Bernardino Register of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within annexation number 24 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1.
Very well. I now declare the public hearing closed, the time being approximately 11:40 p.m. May I please have a motion to adopt resolution number 2022-207 of the Mayor City Council calling an election to submit to the qualified electors a question of levying a special tax. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
By Calvin.
Second.
By Alexander. Any further discussion? Take a voice vote, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, may I have a motion, please, to adopt Resolution 2022-208 of the Mayor and City Council declaring results for Community Facilities District number 2019-1? Is there a motion?
So move.
By Charette, second by Alexander. Any other further comments or questions? All right, let's take a voice vote.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I now ask for a motion to waive the further reading and introduce by title only ordinance MC 1597 of the Mayor City Council, amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying the special taxes to be collected during the fiscal year. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Charette and Figueroa on the second. Any further discussion? All right, a voice vote, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, very good. We have concluded our public hearing. Let's go on to our consent calendar, folks. We're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. These are items number 13 to 26. In one fell swoop, if there's no pulls, items number 13, 26, I'm calling on council members to state their pulls. Is there any council member? Seeing none, hearing none, can I have a motion to entertain?
Move to approve.
All right, items by Charette and Figueroa on a full sweep. That's awesome, folks. Items 13 to 26. Let's call, members cast their votes.
Councilmember Calvin, your vote? Consent passes unanimously.
Okay, this is item number 25. Councilmember Sanchez, you recognize this is item mechanisms for revenue generation. Sir?
Move to approve.
Items to be added to a future meeting. All right.
Second.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes for it to be added.
Take a voice vote on this one.
Okay.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Councilmember Kelvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, at this time, we will now convene into closed session, and then we will return back for a closed session report, and we'll ask members, please, to head to the closed session room, and staff members, and we'll conduct closed session. Thank you. All right, seeing none, we'll go into closed session. To the next regularly held council meeting on October 19th. There's a motion by Councilman Charette. Second by Alexander. Members cast an oral vote, voice vote.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra? Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Charette? Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander? Okay, the motion passes to continue closed session to October